That's a melody for the first mantras, the mantras honoring Acharya or the founding guru, and that melody actually came from an album produced by George Harrison with the devotees who were there in London at the time. Either for Hare Krishna or this land is my land.
Yes.
This land is my land.
I've always thought that.
Same melody. So, should we start?
Do I get to introduce you?
I guess so.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Hello, everyone in Zoom. I'll come down.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're there with Nalini.
Yeah, Nalini is there. You have so many supporters and well-wishers on the Zoom right now.
Your daughter's watching.
Oh.
So wonderful. Hello to everybody. Dear devotees, friends, and honored guests, we're especially blessed to welcome a deeply respected teacher, scholar, and spiritual guide, His Holiness Sri H.D.Goswami, a senior disciple of A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami, a pioneering teacher of Bhakti Yoga, and one of ISKCON's most respected spiritual leaders.
I hope that doesn't make people worry about ISKCON.
Sri Goswami, aka Dr. Howard Resnick, is a distinguished scholar, holding a PhD in Sanskrit and Indian studies, and is fluent in several languages, including Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian. He currently serves as the academic director of the Bhakti Vedanta Institute for Higher Studies, where he leads important conversations bridging science, philosophy, and spirituality. As the founder of Krishna West, he's also offering a thoughtful and culturally relevant expression of Krishna consciousness that speaks directly to the modern Western mind and heart, while remaining deeply faithful to Srila Prabhupada's mission. Is this too much? He's known for his sharp intellect, warm heart, and even a genuine appreciation for Jane Austen.
Eu vejo.
To hear from him today, I invite you all to mute yourselves, to listen attentively with an open heart and mind. There's so much to learn, reflect on, and be inspired by. So please join me in welcoming to Salem His Holiness Sri H.D.Goswami.
Thank you.
All right.
So we start with the Kirtan?
Yeah.
Do they have the words?
Oh.
Well, anyway, we'll do a few mantras which are traditional, and then
No
we'll
words.
get to Hare Krishna, which everyone should know. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatadesha Tarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatadesha Tarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, today is a special day for everyone sort of involved in some way or other in the great spiritual traditions of South Asia, most of which is now called India. In ancient times, it included what is now Pakistan, Bangladesh, and parts of Afghanistan, and so on. So, interestingly, I'm sort of prompting you, right? Because I find it interesting. So interestingly, systematic and comprehensive philosophy as such, not just a wisdom tradition and not merely theology, but actual philosophy only arose independently in two parts of the world, and everywhere else they borrowed it. So these two parts of the world have what appear to be very different languages. Sorry, to take notes. Our totally appear to have very different cultures, but actually they share a common language or a common language family. And so this culture group is often called the Indo-European civilization. In 1791, I believe, 1790, Sir William Jones, he was sent to India to be, he was in charge of the Royal Asiatic Society there in Calcutta. And he made a sort of a shocking discovery. It was very shocking for people in Europe. And that is that that Sanskrit, the ancient sacred language, really not only of India, but in general South Asia and even Southeast Asia, and of Buddhism also, that Sanskrit was actually more sophisticated than any known European language, including ancient Latin and Greek. So to understand why this was so shocking, if you've seen My Fair Lady, anyone here seen My Fair Lady? Sir Henry Higgins, Professor Henry Higgins. The idea is that in many civilizations, including Europe at the time, and even going back to the ancient Sanskrit texts themselves, perhaps the main indication of someone's cultural language is the way they speak. And so now, why was that a problem to discover that Sanskrit was more sophisticated linguistically, and there, in a sense, therefore conceptually? Why was it a problem for Europe to discover this? Because the justification for colonialism was that God has created a superior race, namely Caucasians, and it is actually God's will that they civilize other people who have different skin tones. Now, before you think that Western people were just particularly evil, racism back then was pretty much ubiquitous. It's just like you can go to any country in the world and there nowadays are kind of nationalists, whether it's Vietnam or whether it's Fiji or whether it's Germany, or you can basically choose your country anywhere in the world and you'll find nationalism as sort of an identification. So racism was sort of like that. It was just, our team. And so, so the Europeans, of course, the fact that they were exploiting all these colonies to enrich themselves was, that's the backstory. But they justified this actually in two ways. Well, these two different justifications were related. One was that there were still people in the world so fallen, so primitive that they weren't Christian. And therefore they had to become Christian. And so if they were not white and not Christian, they were in desperate need of civilizing. And so when that's your justification, and then you run across a bunch of non-Christian, non-white people, or intellectually more sophisticated, at least in the sense they have a much more sophisticated sacred language, it was a problem. And so the way the Europeans dealt with this is also very interesting. They decided that, well, there's no getting around the incredible sophistication of the Sanskrit language, both in its grammar, even in its concepts. And therefore, the obvious solution is that we brought Sanskrit to India. And this became known as the Aryan invasion theory. The idea that Aryans, which is a Sanskrit word, by the way, and scholars agree that, which in Sanskrit is Arya, and then they, became Aryan in Western languages, was not a racial theory. It wasn't a racial theory. It was about levels of culture, levels of speech. So if you look at the most ancient books like the Rig Veda, Aryans are not people of a particular race or even of a particular nationality, but just people who talk right. Just people who are educated and moral and so on. And so what happened, I think it was Sir Mortimer Wheeler, he was sort of an official in charge of archaeology for the British, and certainly in parts of India. And he was excavating these this incredible civilization called the Harappan civilization, what is now sort of Pakistan along the Indus River and also in Western India, where it was very advanced. It was comparable to Mesopotamia, the ancient civilizations, or ancient Egypt. They had cities, they had urban life with indoor plumbing, and this went back over 4,000 years. And so he found also, there was one skeleton of a person that kind of looked like they died in agony. Oh God, I gotta tell my Arizona joke. I saw a t-shirt in Arizona, there's a cactus and then a skeleton at the base of the cactus of someone that actually obviously died in agony. And it says, but it's dry heat. Anyway, so based on this one skeleton, you got to give him credit for sheer powers of fabrication and imagination in the absence of, trifles like evidence. Based on this, he said that, white people, us, we must have invaded India, subdued the inferior, darker people. We brought, this is actually what they said, and we brought the Vedas, we brought the sophisticated language, and but our ancestors, who get all the credit for all the good things in India, our ancestors made one fatal mistake, which we have to correct, and that fatal mistake was they intermarried with the native population. And thus they lost their Aryan status, bona fides, by intermarriage. But they weren't going to do that. We're not going to intermarry, and therefore so we're actually coming to rescue our own ancestors from the evils of intermarriage with inferior races. All this stuff, of course, doesn't sound very good to us today, to say the least. But the reason I bring all this up, why am I bringing all this up? Because Western civilization, let me put it this way. If you look at the monotheisms of the world, and the reason I mention monotheisms is because it's not until really one comes to the level of monotheism, whatever one's monotheism is, that really we're talking about philosophy. If you look at all the polytheisms of the world, whether it's the Greco-Roman polytheisms or any other part of the world, Japan, Scandinavia, or whatever, they're not philosophical. In other words, they don't come to a philosophical conclusion that there's this pantheon, there's all kinds of gods and goddesses. In fact, if you look at...
Hallo George, sådär.
What's that?
Vad ska vi göra? Vad ska vi göra?
Someone needs to turn their mic.
Jag kan räcka ner.
Så det är svart naturligtvis.
You can't say it too many times, right?
Maybe it was the demigods working.
How dare they?
The ghost in the machine.
Yeah,
So, what are you doing now?
I think he's turned to mute.
he's scrolling up.
Yeah, okay.
He's scrolling.
He's
There we
just
go.
surfing the net.
Yeah.
Found a good Hallmark movie. Okay, maybe you could turn a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there we go.
Is that
More. More, yeah. More. Yeah, okay, now it's centered. So anyway, actually, you should bring that closer. It's not really. A little closer. So it's
cord to follow?
okay, so,
Do you want us to take this away entirely?
yeah. Dispossessed.
Yes, no, that was my skillful playing.
So, I don't think you can really find in the world a major polytheistic tradition which came to their conclusions by sort of systematic philosophy, serious logical thinking about things. In fact, even in the, if you look at, for example, Greek polytheism, and of course the most famous books are the Iliad and the Odyssey by Homer, the belief is that these gods like Zeus, his consort Hera, that they are not the ultimate truth. So so if you look at polytheistic traditions, they may say, for example, Zeus or Jupiter for the Romans. By the way, Jupiter is a Sanskrit word. Jew means heaven, and Peter is father of heaven, Jupiter. So polytheistic traditions typically do not claim that this particular god or goddess is the highest truth. Would you mind sitting up, or do you have some like a back problem or something? Yeah. Okay. So they don't claim that this is the highest truth. It's not philosophical. When you get to philosophical traditions, then they are concerned with the highest truth. And if someone is not concerned with the highest truth, then they're really pre-philosophical. It's just like, say you look at science, physics or even cosmogenesis. There's always this idea like, where does everything come from? Because if you give multiple explanations, then it's not a complete explanation. To give a complete explanation, you have to at least be able to ask the question, is there ultimately a principle that explains everything? And so whether you're talking about, the Big Bang, and which is kind of comical when you get into it, but whether you're talking about the Big Bang or you're talking about some form of theism, in a sense, it's the same intellectual or philosophical impulse, and that's to find the ultimate origin of everything. And so there are two civilizations that originally, in other words, by themselves, without sort of borrowing, engaged seriously in this search for an ultimate truth and a philosophical search. And that was, again, the Indo-European civilization, and they're connected linguistically. In Buddhism began, of course, in India. The word Buddha is a Sanskrit word, the awakened one, or intelligent. And then it traveled, well, in many directions. It went north to Tibet and south to Sri Lanka, and especially east into China, and then from there Japan, because Japan was sort of culturally dependent on China back then. Interestingly, it was often carried by merchants on the Silk Road. When I taught at the University of Florida, a professor in the office next to me was researching, how Buddhism spread through the Silk Road into East Asia. Watch out for the merchants. And so, and because in India, Buddhism was very openly competing with other traditions, including the Krishna tradition and many others, they had to develop a certain level of philosophical sophistication in order to sort of, in order to compete. And so then it went to East Asia, went to many places where, people added things in these other regions of the world in terms of a wisdom tradition or ideas, but in terms of systematic philosophy, that came from India, even in the case of Buddhism. And Christianity, which came, of course, from Israel, but it was in Europe that it started to develop sophisticated philosophy, especially ontology. I won't go into that, all these the Christological, ontological debates. But in any case, so the reason I bring all this up is that because the West has been dominated up until recently for a very long time by what I would call tribal monotheism. And I make a distinction between tribal monotheism and philosophical monotheism. Although Christianity, for example, sought to defend or justify certain theological notions with, at times, sophisticated philosophy, but ultimately that was an attempt to justify ideas that sort of came about in other ways. So the idea, I mean, these very common ideas that, religion has started or has driven most of the wars. So if you want peace in the world, what you don't want is a lot of religion and all these ideas, I mean, you wouldn't really say that, or I don't think anyone did say that in Asia. For example, in India, or even in China or Japan, no one ever, it never occurred to anyone that religion has caused a lot of the wars. In fact, the idea of a holy war didn't exist. If you look at the Greco-Roman, I mean, the Romans never met a war they didn't like. They were very martial in spirit, and however, not only did, let's say, Alexander the Great or the great Roman generals, not only were they not engaged in holy wars, Alexander, for example, was a religious syncretist. And I'm referring to a powerful doctrine in the Greek world when the Greeks were ascendant, that Alexander called interpretatio Graeca. That's how it's referred to, which means the Greek interpretation. Basically, it's what we say, that there's one God. People have different names for that one God. They may have different cultures around it. They may talk about it different ways, but we're all talking about the same God. Something which is a very widespread idea in our culture. That's exactly how the Greeks and Romans saw it. In fact, Alexander he married an Asian princess when he conquered basically the Persian Empire, and he ordered his generals to marry Asian women because he wanted to unite the cultures. And he took it for granted that religion is not something that divides us. If we respect each other, it can actually unite us because we agree on basic principles. So the idea that came into Europe that there's only one true religion and everyone else is sort of an idiot or worse, and all the others are false religions or even worse. I think the introduction of the notion, which didn't really exist before in the Greco-Roman civilization, which was, that was the sort of the cultural center of Europe, the notion of a devil. And if you look at it historically, I think the introduction of this idea basically caused a lot of genocide, because, like, you look at the Greeks, for example, the Greeks, in ancient Greek civilization, the priests were not the philosophers. The religion, and for the Romans also, the priests were just kind of ritualistic, like, okay, you got to make a little offering to this god or that goddess, otherwise they'll get mad and, something.
Sorry.
Does that affect the, what we're
Not
doing?
that, not the Zoom, no, just shut off.
Okay.
Okay.
For the Romans, for example, let's say civic holidays where everyone has to show some respect to the Roman gods, that was kind of like in America when you stand up at a baseball game for the national anthem. I mean, when you stand up for the national anthem, the person next to you in the stadium is not going to say, yeah, but what's your religion? It's just,
Sorry. Done.
good, then we don't have to throw it in the...
Jesus Christ.
So, the idea that other religions, you may have to put it in another room.
Yeah, I'm ready to throw it out the window. Never again.
So the idea that there is an absolute evil in the world. Every civilization has an idea that, for example, killing people or stealing or raping, that these things are, morally reprehensible and should be punished. But the idea that apart from any moral consideration, like you may be a really good person, you may be kind to other people, and you may just be a good person. However, if you have the wrong theology, you actually become a carrier of absolute evil. And because you are a carrier of absolute evil, you have to either be persuaded to desist or you have to be removed from society. For example, like that, that horrible kind of thing that, which sort of started all this evil in this country at Columbine High, where they were killing people. And so when the SWAT teams come out and they have to take down the shooter, you can say, come on, he's just a kid. I mean, you can't say that because he's an active shooter. So in the same way, if you actually believe that anyone who even slightly deviates from orthodoxy is not only themselves going to be tortured forever by an all-merciful God, but anyone that follows that person will be tortured forever by an infinitely merciful God. And so therefore, if you follow this logic, I mean, in logic, to say that an argument is logical doesn't mean it's true. Like, for example, you can say that all birds are turtles, and all turtles have shells, therefore all birds have shells. I mean, that's a perfectly logical argument. It's just absurd and untrue. So the idea is that, you're lawyers, you know all this. So if it were true that an infinitely merciful God is going to torture people forever for even somewhat subtle philosophical mistakes, then it becomes your duty to kill that person if you can't convince them to desist. And they even argued that, well, let's kill them in the most horrible, horrible way possible. First of all, so they don't die too quickly. I mean, they were actually thinking about these things so that to dissuade other people. So the introduction of this idea, which goes way back to early figures in this tradition, of only one true religion, other religions not only mistaken in some ways, but evil, and representing an absolute evil. I mean, every tradition has some idea of evil or people that somehow embody evil, but the idea of one absolute evil being. And of course, the result of this, and I'm going to get to Krishna, but this is just kind of, because when I talk about Krishna, what I'm trying to get past is the equal and opposite fanaticism, which manifests as, every religion is the same, every religion is true. And in other words, the only way to stop people from killing each other over religion is to absolutely reject the idea that we can in any rational way evaluate theological claims. And so, for example, if you look at, now in India, let's go to in India, they had knockdown, drag out debates over what is God or what is not God, but they didn't kill each other. In fact, the idea that there is a religion called Hinduism, which is kind of in some ways absurd, because in India you have so many different traditions, which are in some ways more distinct from each other, much more distinct than the distinctions, the serious theological distinctions, let's say, between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. But because they didn't kill each other, they didn't have the concept of a holy war. They didn't even have the idea of it. And so they had all kinds of debates about it, but that was how they contested each other's views philosophically. And no one, thought that, well, I'm going to kill someone else. That's just not the way it went. Same with the Greek. In fact, I was going to mention the ancient Greeks the monotheists, the people who were really investigating, exploring monotheism, what is God, it wasn't the priests, it was the philosophers. It was people that were not invested in a sectarian religion. They were just philosophers. And they're the ones, like Plato, for example, who said something extremely radical. He said that we should take Homer out of the school curriculum. Shouldn't teach our kids Homer. And Homer was the center of the paideia, the sophisticated Greek education which spread around the Roman Empire. He said that because Homer presents this silly polytheism where the gods are these petulant teenagers, like Hera or Zeus will say in the great, war against the Trojans, that see that Trojan soldier down there, I'm just gonna zap him. I'm gonna wipe him out. Why, Zeus? I don't know. I just don't like him. So it's not a rational theology. So therefore, when we talk about Krishna, so before you ask for a refund, I'm going to bring Krishna in here. It's like we should be able to speak critically if our criticism is rational, because there's no danger that anyone is going to hate anyone else and much less try to kill someone else. You have a Willamette University, right? So let's say in the history department, if they had a rule, it's not nice to criticize another theory. Like, let's say you're trying to figure out why did the Revolutionary War take place, really? Was it economic? Was it really just trying to instantiate the great theories of John Locke about human rights, which were, he was definitely the guru of the founding fathers, John Locke, or was it, what was it? So if the rule is, well, you can't criticize anyone else's theory, that's not nice, you're gonna get really bad scholarship. In fact, the only way you get good scholarship is when they have these, what they call referee journals. And referees are people, like in a boxing match or something. But at least up to this point, let's say history professors aren't known to murder each other because they think that someone's theory of the American Revolution is of the devil, and anyone who believes that theory of the American Revolution will go to hell forever. So if you go to either one of these extremes, either just violent fanaticism about religion or the equal and opposite lunacy, which is that no one should ever critique anyone else's idea, which guarantees you're going to get some really mediocre theology. So that's what went on in India. They actually had debates. And the result of that was they achieved a certain high level of philosophical theology because they didn't kill each other, they didn't hate each other, they just debated. And so I don't go to one extreme or the other. By the way, the direct result of violent, murderous, religious fanaticism was starting very seriously in the 1700s, and then the 1800s just kept accelerating into the 20th century. The equal and opposite fanaticism, which first sort of exploded onto the scene as the French Revolution, where they went around killing the priests, murdering priests, and the Bolshevik Revolution, where they definitely went around massacring priests, even much more efficiently than the French revolutionaries. And then you get the most egregious genocides of world history in the name of atheism, by the way. In the name of atheism. If you look at the Bolshevik Revolution, Chairman Mao is, considered responsible for maybe like 30, 40, 50 million deaths. We can't really process those numbers. You can't really emotionally respond. They're numbers that are just beyond what human brains can really think about. or in the Khmer Rouge. I mean, what happened in Cambodia in the name of atheism, saving the world from religion, and that was explicitly what they were doing. They killed 10% of the population. That would be in America if, let's say, some government killed 33 million people. 33 million. That's what they did in Cambodia. And, or for example, what you also don't learn in schools, which tend to tilt left, and I'm not left or right, I'm just trying to look at the facts. What they also don't tell you is that the Nazis, one of them, perhaps the main inspiration of the Nazis in the genocide was Darwin. Darwin had a cousin, forget his name. Louis Smith, no. Anyway, Darwin had a cousin who invented what was called eugenics. Eugenics. EU comes from the Greek, originally from Sanskrit too, but I won't go into all linguistics here. And so eugenics is actually very much a Sanskritic expression, which you translate in typical British expression, good breeding. And so it's the idea that just as if evolution takes place in nature by the sort of savage, brutal, merciless process of natural selection, and that's exactly what it is. It's just natural selection means that one creature just savagely, brutally, mercilessly kills another. And so Alfred Wallace, who was a collaborator of Darwin, who actually published the theory of natural selection before Darwin did. But the difference was he was totally New Age. I mean, Wallace, he was into mysticism and religion because he warned Darwin, he wrote a letter in which he warned Darwin that if you just push this natural selection thing, and obviously in Darwin's theory, although he was a member of the governing body of his local church, just so his wife wouldn't, beat him to a pulp, because she was religious. But anyway, if you talk about natural selection, and if we apply it to human beings, then watch out. Watch out. And Darwin actually wrote back. I quoted these letters, and I just gave a talk at an academic conference a few months ago, and Darwin wrote back and said, I don't see a problem. I don't think anything can go wrong. And so what happens is, this was in the air, and if you look at the 19th century in Europe, it was this huge intellectual revolt against religion, especially fanatical religion. In fact, scholars call it the battle thesis or the war thesis, the idea that human progress, advanced human civilization is incompatible with religion. And of course, that was the idea of Marx. Marx is a good example of this, or Gibbons, the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. Roman Empire was really cool, and it collapsed because it became Christian. And then Freud a little later said that actually, religious thought is a mental disease. It's an emotional disorder. So you have this battle to stop religion, and of course, then it was this idea that religion is the greatest enemy of human progress, and historically has been the greatest cause of evil actions, and so therefore it's justified on pragmatic grounds to genocidally eliminate religion. And that's what they did. It was the equal and opposite reaction, the antithesis. And the Nazis, there's quotes from all these big Nazi leaders, the people that were actually managing the Holocaust, that kudos to our brothers in England that came up with these really great theories. And so that's what they thought they were doing. They thought this was the ultimate eugenic program. So having seen that fanatical religion and fanatical atheism, and they openly stated this, that atheism was science. They very much identified with science. It's science we want, not religion. And so what you find in this historical dialectic, thesis and antithesis, that these dueling fanaticisms killed it's almost an inconceivable number of people, torture. It was just awful. I mean, it's beyond what we can describe. And in both cases, it was in the name of religion and the name of anti-religion. And so in Krishna consciousness, rather than say religion, because although it does come from the Latin religare, to reconnect with God, so it's kind of a cool word. It actually has the same meaning as the word yoga, interestingly. Yoga means also to connect, to link to God. We still have it in English, by the way, like the word yolk, not part of an egg. Yolk in the sense you connect two things together. So that is cognate with it, comes from the word yoga. So in any case, the Renaissance, the rebirth, was a rebirth of pagan civilization, because people in Europe, especially the early people like Plutarch and Dante, and then it just swept Europe, the Renaissance, because intellectual, intelligent, educated people in Europe started to realize that we're actually stuck in this Monty Python movie. They realized that, and so, but it was a rebirth of what? Of pagan civilization. Thomas Aquinas baptizing Aristotle, as it said in the Summa Theologica. And so the Renaissance, but what was pagan civilization? What was Greco-Roman civilization? It was basically, and actually I mean this seriously, sort of like Mediterranean Hinduism. Complete with the reincarnation and the philosophical monotheism, the tolerance of many different traditions and everything. And so, in a sense, by bringing Krishna consciousness to the West, it's sort of like completing the Renaissance project. So it's really cool. Now, what is Krishna? Because today's Krishna's birthday. We don't have a cake with candles because it's like it's about 5,200 years, so couldn't really put 5,200 candles on a cake. But so the reason I prefaced, I'm really gonna scare people. If that was the preface, I'll never get out of here. But anyway, it's the interesting thing about Krishna is that he's the only candidate. God appeared, and it's not that God is not in other religions. If someone says I'm worshiping the supreme God, then they probably are. So it's not a question of my God can beat up your God. It's not tribal monotheism, but if you look at the different, let's say, the different world manifestations of monotheism in different parts of the world, and assuming they're all talking in their own way about the same God, the claim about Krishna within this tradition is unique. And that is, no other religion claims this, that God, with a capital G, actually came to this world, not just an epiphany, like God revealed himself or herself or whatever to some people, but actually came and lived in this world and displayed the powers of God, and even spoke a book of philosophy. Not a prophet, not a saint, or not a son, but actually God gave philosophy. And so it's a unique claim. It doesn't mean that all other claims are false. It just means that this is sort of a very advanced understanding. There's no devil in any of this. It's just a question of, it's like, you can study math in school, but then when you get into, let's say, doctoral level or postdoctoral theoretical mathematics, it's just on a different level. It doesn't mean that 2 + 2 are not 4. It just means that there's more to learn about math. And so Krishna, who spoke Bhagavad Gita, today is his birthday. So we don't have the funny hats, do we, or the little things you blow out? So nowadays, you may have noticed that there's a kind of a cancer in society called politicians. And we already knew that. What do they say in Brazil? They say, when do politicians stop lying? And then the answer is when they're asleep. So, but the real question is, why are we sort of cursed with all of these people who are supposed to be governing? I think the real question is, where are we? Where are we? And so Krishna, the first point that Krishna makes, why aren't we out there trying to change society? So, because the politicians are not going to do it. There is no Cyrus the Great. It was very interesting. He was the first great Persian emperor about 2,500 years ago, who actually spoke a dialect of Sanskrit. But in any case, so this is bhakti yoga, not just to improve your body, but to improve the world. I'm all in favor of improving your body. I think it's a great thing to be healthy and all that. But ultimately, bhakti yoga, the culmination of the yoga system is not just about improving our bodies, it's about helping the world. The postures of yoga, which are, of course, good for your health, that was the preparation for yoga. That was just the preparation. Because if you're going to sit and meditate for a long time, you're going to get awful cramps, if your body's not prepared. So, but the real connection is spiritual. In fact, in the Yoga Sutras, the two most important books of yoga are Patanjali's Yoga Sutras and the Bhagavad Gita. The Yoga Sutras are more sort of like techniques and things, and then Bhagavad Gita is more philosophy. But, for example, in the Yoga Sutras, Patanjali says, Samadhi Siddhi Ishvara Pratidhanat, which the perfection of yoga. If you know Ashtanga Yoga, the highest stage is Samadhi. Samadhi is actually composed of three semantic elements. Sam means together or complete. That's where we get the English syn, S-Y-N, like synthesis, the complete thesis. And is an intensifier. Gotta love the intensifier. Is an intensifier, and D means to place. So it means to place your consciousness intensely and completely in the absolute truth. That's that. So then that's samadhi. Of course, in the Yoga Sutras, there are different stages of samadhi. And ultimately, Ishvara Krishna, Patanjali says that the perfection of yoga, because even samadhi, because it has different stages, ultimately there's a samadhi siddhi. There's a perfection of samadhi itself, and that perfection is devoting yourself to God. So again, in this ancient culture, people don't cringe when they hear the word God because there's not a bad history. They actually are okay with the word. So, and then in Bhagavad Gita, of course, it's very powerfully theistic. In fact, Krishna says at the end of chapter 6, he says, Yogi nama pi sarvesham. Indeed, of all yogis, of all the different, there's jnana yoga and jnana yoga and bhakti yoga and karma yoga. There's a whole list of them. And so therefore Krishna says, of all yogis, which just means in this context, spiritual practitioners. Of all spiritual practitioners, yogi nama pi sarvesham madgatina antaratmana, one who's literally inner self, the inner self. Because the word atma, of course, is a word for self or soul in Sanskrit, but it also, like in English, for example, you can talk about the self in a very philosophical sense, or you can talk about a self-service car wash, right? Which is less philosophical, slightly less philosophical. But in Sanskrit, if you want to talk about a self-service car wash, you'd use the word atma. because it's a reflexive pronoun, but it also means self. It's just like in English. So, Krishna, in order to make clear, one way you can make clear in Sanskrit that you're not talking about a self-service, I guess, chariot wash, but you're actually talking about the self in a spiritual, philosophical sense. There's different ways you can do that. You can say antaratma, which is the internal, internal, the inner self, the inner self. Another way you do that is by saying adhyatma, like the higher self, being the soul. But in any case, Krishna says, yogi nama pisarvesha, indeed of all yogis, of all spiritual practitioners, madgatena antaratmana, one whose inner self, whose eternal soul, literally, in this sort of way of speaking in Sanskrit, has gone to me. One whose inner self has gone to me or come to me. Shraddhavan bhajate jomam, and who is, you've heard this word bhajan, often pronounced in America as bhajan, which actually means a container in Sanskrit. Anyway, the word is bhajan. So, devotional act. I mean, we could just talk for hours about that word bhajan, because it's an amazing Sanskrit word and how it comes to mean devotion. But in any case, it means to share. For example, in ancient Vedic culture, how did people pop the question? Like to, propose marriage to someone. And it's very interesting. In Mahabharata, you find that one of the common way someone proposes to someone else is they say, bhajaswa mam bhajantam tvam, which can mean like adore me as I adore you. And so, meaning, you're going to tie the knot, which they literally do in Hinduism. They literally tie a knot. But so, and so how does it come to mean to adore, to worship? It actually has a root which means to share. To share. And anyway, I could just go on and on about this word. So I'll just skip a lot of it and say it means to share. To share. So devotion means you share your existence with someone else. And obviously, if it's not a really intimate relationship, there's not real love, then you're just sharing some of the surface features, like, I can insure your car for the ridiculously low price. I mean, you're kind of like sharing something. It could be car insurance, or it could be sharing with someone that I saw a good movie last Saturday or something. So you can share many different things. But when you really share your deepest self, a person you can talk to about anything, and you do talk about everything that's really most important, where you trust someone so much, and you care about someone so much, and you trust that they care about you, and the same, that you can just share your whole existence with that person. And of course, ultimately, the person most worthy of that level of trust is, drumroll, God. And so therefore, bhajan comes to mean worshiping God in the sense that God is the person that you can absolutely trust. And because God already knows what you're, when you've been naughty, when you've been nice. We can fake out other people, even people very close to us, in certain really kind of delicate issues, we can fake them out or just not tell them certain things. But in the case of God, that's not really possible, because God is in the heart and actually literally knows us better than we know ourselves. And so therefore, you can embrace that fact that someone actually knows everything about you. You can embrace that fact, or you can just sort of deny that there is such a person. So if you embrace the fact and realize that having a good friend, having a good buddy who's omnipotent and omnibenevolent, that's a really good contact to have. So that's basically the idea, and therefore bhajan, it comes to mean worshiping or doing a kirtan, people, saying certain and so on. So, So today's Krishna's birthday. So just, envision 5,200 candles on a very large cake. Who's gonna blow it out? So, and Krishna consciousness actually has the power to improve society dramatically. And we're not, in proposing this, we're not trying to make you into guinea pigs, like, okay, I'm, someone, I think I'm a guru, and I think I have a bright idea, and so I want you to follow me, and I don't really know what's gonna happen, because I've never done this before. So, or what's gonna happen to society. I mean, what happens if I think I have some bright idea about spirituality? What if a lot of people accept it? What's really gonna happen to society? We've already seen that historically, where people have said, all society has to adopt this supreme revelation, and it led to genocide. And in more than one tradition, it led to genocide. So if you look at, we actually have a book that survived. Actually, it survived because it's quoted a lot in other books. It was by a Greek ambassador to India about almost 2,500 years ago. His name was Megasthenes. And there were a few Greeks actually that kind of joined the Hare Krishna movement, thousands of years ago. So he went to India, and he thought it was really a cool place. India then, and up till about 400 or 500 years ago, till colonialism kind of ruined it, was by far the richest country in the world, by far. In fact, the Roman Empire had a real problem because they had a huge trade deficit with India. They weren't clever enough to figure out the answer was tariffs. But anyways, I'm joking. So, India has something like over like a fourth of all the wealth on the planet. And so, and you have the civilization. India has also this incredible natural system of irrigation. Just, on your browser, look up a river map of India. It's an incredible natural system of irrigation. Up until very recently, world economies were based on agriculture. They have fertile land. They have everything from, semi-arid to tropical rainforest, Arctic climates, everything in between. And India always had a real interest in spiritual things. There was always like a real curiosity. And they always had freedom of religion. In fact, in perhaps the oldest book in any language, the Rig Veda, it's explicitly said there's one ultimate God or truth, but different thinkers describe it in different ways. But they're all talking about the same truth. That's in the oldest book in the world. And so India, as I've often said, is probably the best place in the world to study religion because all the religions were there. India is the only country in the world in which Jews were never persecuted. When Buddhism arose in India, the Buddhists, they were pretty radical back in their day. They were saying, yeah, all these Vedas, which are the holy books of your whole civilization, forget it. They're not true. If you did that in Europe at the time, well, not in Europe, you could do that in Europe, but if you did that in, let's say, Christian Europe or Muslim countries, your life expectancy probably be measured in seconds. And yet they had open debates. And the big winner was Krishna, not because people that served Krishna killed everybody else or forced everyone else. It was an open debate that went on for centuries. And ultimately, what convinced a whole civilization was Krishna. And because of the knowledge. Not because of fanaticism, not by threatening eternal hell, but just because it made so much sense. And when Megasthenes went to India, he was amazed that, for example, by all this freedom and by the fact they had animal hospitals, animal rights. It was the only country in the world in which a large percentage of the people were vegetarian. There's no record. India never tried to culturally or religiously colonize any other country, even though it was very powerful in ancient times. There's all kinds of things to say. They had a completely different theory of warfare. If you look at even Greco-Roman warfare, here's what we had to, basically, like take Alexander. Alexander was going city to city, taking over the Persian Empire, and cities had walls there because, then you had to lay siege. And so basically what the Romans did, what the Greeks did, what everyone did, is okay, we just arrived at your city. Be nice, be reasonable, open the city gates, we're stronger than you are, and then we'll absorb you into our empire. If you didn't do that, if they had to go to all the trouble of building the siege engines, and then, climbing over the walls, and a lot of the people who were laying siege, some of them got killed. So by the time they got into your city, they had to make you a lesson. Because like Alexander, they were thinking, we can't do this in every city. So what we have to do is kill all the men, rape all the women, or sell them into slavery, make a buck on it, and just destroy your city. So then the next city, we don't have to go through all this. It has a certain horrible logic to it, but in India is very different. What Goswami's noticed in India is that, let's say there's a battle going on, farmers, like other people, they just plow their crops. They don't care. It's like if you go to a professional football game or a college football game, there's no danger the football player is going to run up into the stands and tackle you because you're not a player. And so India was the only place where if you weren't a combatant, if you didn't come out to fight, no one would ever harm you. You had complete protection. This was completely different than other parts of the world. Completely different. And so you have animal rights, you have human rights, you have, I go on and on. There's many things that he really admired. So this was the Vedic civilization. We're not using you as a guinea pig. Like, I'm the big guru, and so, I've seen the light, now do this. It's not like that. This is something which has been proven over thousands of years. And it has the power. It has the power to actually reinvent our civilization, which is now really in serious trouble. If you look at the kind of nonsense that's going on politically, the kleptocracy and the sort of urge toward despotism. If you know Roman history, these are very, you know what these things are. You've seen them before. If you saw, the Romans were so determined not to have a king because like 400 BC, I forget exact date, 400 or 500 BC, a king in Italy, another king conquered them. And they got really mad and they eventually threw out this king and they just like never again. That's why they used the word emperor, imperatore, because it just meant like the manager, because you couldn't use the word king in the Roman Empire. What would that be like, 400 or 500 years later? You couldn't use the word king. And they were so determined not to have a king, not to have anything like a dictator, that they, instead of having a president, by the way, the separation of powers, the Senate, the House of Representatives, that all came from Rome. And so then they had executive branch, the executives in their system, there was called a consul, C-O-N-S-U-L. And they were so determined not to have a dictator that they had two consuls. And both of them could only serve for 1 year. We give 4-year terms. So they did everything humanly possible to avoid a king, a dictator. And the upper house and the lower house, that's where we get that. That came from Rome. The people were represented, House of Commons, the one house represents the people in general. The other house is sort of the aristocrats, all that. House of Lords, House of Commons, modeled after the Roman system. And so with all these precautions, it happened anyway. They got these emperors. And so I mean, America, so if you see what's going on in America, it's like, you've seen it before. I've seen this movie. And so therefore, it's kleptocracy. Or what do they call it? Plutocracy, ruled by the rich. So even if you really just want to somehow preserve whatever is good in this country, there really is a need for a kind of awakening on a higher level. And the solution is not that, different body types are at war with each other. Gender body types, racial body types, it's like everyone against everyone. The solution is to raise everyone beyond the body, because if we understand we're all eternal souls, it's actually irrelevant what kind of body you have. It's irrelevant, because you deserve and can demand respect and justice and all that, not because of your body type, but because you're part of God. By the way, which was the argument that Thomas Jefferson gave in the Declaration of Independence. But who cares about these things anymore? Because Thomas Jefferson was aware of David Hume, who was the great skeptic. And he sort of delegitimized metaphysical claims, like I have rights. That's a metaphysical. You have an elbow, you have a kidney, but if you say I have a right, you say you have human rights, which part of your anatomy is the right in? A right isn't a physical object. How can you prove you have something which has no empirical footprint? So Jefferson was aware of this. So therefore he said two things showing that he was pretty sharp in philosophy. He said, we hold these truths to be self-evident. The term self-evident goes back to Aristotle, by the way. And the term self-evident, something proves itself, is how you escape an infinite regress of proofs. And so Jefferson said, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that we are created equal. Created equal, endowed by the Creator with inalienable rights, rights no one can take away. Why? Because it comes from a supreme metaphysical authority. So with the influence of Marxism in the universities, I won't go into that. That's a whole festival of madness. Basically, they killed the goose that laid the golden egg. The goose that laid the golden egg was the Creator, a supreme metaphysical entity that justifies our rights, which are metaphysical entities. And if you take away that divine justification, if you claim you have human rights and someone else has a bigger gun, then you don't have human rights. On what basis is it because you're anatomically human? Well, animals are smart. You've seen those bumper stickers, my dog is smarter than your honor student, or my border collie is smarter than your honor student. So the point is, if you say, okay, we have rights because we're more intelligent than animals, it would follow logically that a more intelligent human being has more rights than a less intelligent human being. Which unfortunately is the case, because as they say, a good lawyer knows the law. A great lawyer knows the judge. But anyway, don't want to be too cynical, but in any case, we have to return to the roots of this experiment in democracy, the experiment in human rights. If you want to keep all the rights and throw away the Creator, then it's just, everything's up for grabs. Whoever has the biggest gun has the best political theory. And if you think we can achieve equality just by, having like balkanizing society where every body type fights for their body type, whether it's a racial type, a sexual type, whether it's an age, whether it's, ethnic. Do you realize how many body types there are? It's like everyone against everyone fighting for their body type, as opposed to lifting everyone above the nonsense of just thinking I'm merely a body, and everyone understanding I'm an eternal soul, I'm part of God, and it's irrelevant what kind of body you have rights. And so what we need is actually a spiritual, I don't know if we can use the word revolution. I was in Berkeley in the late 60s. That was like a positive word, revolution. I don't know, maybe people have wised up and realized anyway, today's liberator is tomorrow's dictator. So, but in any case, so Krishna consciousness, it's actually about reforming society, establishing a foundation. It's like if you're building, let's say, a 10-story building, and you have a weak foundation that's going to come down. What is the foundation of a large-scale, just society that respects people's rights? By the way, last thing I'll say, and then if you have a right, it follows logically, this is just simple logic, that if you have a right, someone else has a duty. For example, if you have a right, let's say to free speech, someone else has a duty to protect your free speech. Or someone else has a duty not to interfere with your free speech. So as soon as you claim a right, you are imposing a duty on someone else. And so nowadays, everyone talks about rights, but there's not a lot of talk about duties. People don't want duties, they want rights. But if everyone is claiming a right and no one is stepping up to do their duty, or you want other people to do the duty, you get a society which is basically in danger, like ours. Interestingly, anyway, I won't go back to John Locke. I don't want to blame him for everything, but if you look at ancient civilizations, if you look certainly at the ancient civilization of India, they talked about duties much more than rights. I mean, they do talk about rights, and they did respect people's rights, but the way they got their strategy to get to a society where everyone has rights is to insist that everyone do their duty toward other people. I was talking to Satyavati's brother today, he called, and he's actually this famous ecologist, environmentalist who focuses on ice, ice melting and everything. Really smart guy. And what were we talking about? We started thinking about your brother.
Well, he called
Yeah.
all the different types of yoga.
No, but we were talking about rights and duties that, anyway, just slipped my mind but at one point. But, oh, I know. I gave him the example. And I was doing my doctoral thesis at Harvard, actually. And so I was reading this ancient book in Sanskrit. And it was talking about the process for building a temple, what you have to do to build a temple. And you'll see how it gets to environmentalism. So to build a temple for God, of course, you have to level the land. I mean, you can't build you have to have a flat place to build on. And so in those days, they didn't have tractors. So to level the land, they used a plow, pulled by oxen. And so to make a plow, because you couldn't just use your ordinary plow, they had like 30 years of fertilizer kind of stuck on it. So you had to make a new plow because you're building a temple for God, what they call Deva Griha, the house of God. So to make a new plow, you had to cut a tree down. And this was a problem for them because they totally recognized that a tree is actually the center of an entire community of life. There are birds, insects, you could say squirrels. The trees give shade, they give fruits. So every tree is the center of a community, a variegated community. And they were very conscious that in cutting a tree down, we are causing harm to a community, especially to the tree. Therefore, before you cut the tree down, you have to apologize to the tree and apologize to all the souls who are going to be disadvantaged by your act. You have to pray for their eternal welfare. And then you can go ahead. I mean, obviously you can't clear cut a forest that way. And even if you look at so-called primitive societies, animistic societies, you can't, let's say, I studied this when I did my undergraduate work at UCLA, and at an anthropology course, and they were talking, and the course was about the sort of indigenous peoples of of South America. And so they had this, I think this is the Caribbean civilizations, but anyway, they had this idea that there's a goddess that rules the forest, which is actually sort of true. And so therefore, you can't just, let's say you need to cut a tree. They cut trees down to make canoes because there's a lot of water around there in the Amazon. And so, but before you had to get permission. You couldn't just go because it wasn't what I called anthro-chauvinism. It wasn't that, like power, it's just might makes right. Because we can build all kinds of clever weapons and kill other creatures, or we can cut trees down, by the millions. If I have the power to do it, then I have the right to do it. Might makes right. Basically, the philosophy of modern humans is that might makes right. But if you understand that ultimately the forest doesn't belong to you, and there's a goddess, which there's a lot of truth to that, then you have to get permission. And the goddess is not just going to give you permission to start a paper industry or whatever else you want to do. And so this idea came out about 40 years ago, or 40, 50 years ago. It was like the disenchanting of nature, that people used to understand that nature is enchanted, that there's divine power in nature, that someone is actually in charge of nature, and it's not stupid humans. And therefore, in terms of the way we treat each other, the way we treat nature. And so it was, again, this atheistic reaction against sort of murderous religion, that they thought, well, we need science in which we control nature, because the essence of empiricism, the essence of modern science is the controlled experiment. You understand things by dominating them, by subjugating them. That's what empiricism is. You can only understand what you can subjugate. Anyway, so there's a need for real, it's not just about every body type crying out for their rights. It's a question of re-spiritualizing human life and opening our eyes to what nature really is, what the environment really is. There has to be a complete reform or awakening. And that's Krishna consciousness. I mean, of course, we're going to take a shot at it. So I'll stop here. Any questions? Today's Krishna's birthday, so it's a great day to talk about this stuff. Yes.
I have a question I think I haven't fully formulated yet, but when I think about sort of one's own daily actions, how one chooses to go through life in a fairly altruistic and magnanimous self, and you're sort of going forward within that, and you deal with complication. You deal with, a set of decision-making instances where, you have the choice to put down another human or to elevate another human, and then be subject to whether or not they choose to put you down or elevate you. And then the result is, they choose to put you down, right? You may get less of what you want out of your day, whether or not it's, for example, I make and sell wine, and I go out into the market, somebody could put down my product and sell more of theirs. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So you sort of, in sort of these circumstances, you may be bringing forth sort of a key common denominator, right? But you may be put down by somebody that operates from a different perspective, and you're not allowed to continue because that perspective wins, right? And I'm sort of, I've wrestled with this before. I think that at least the solution that I've operated towards is trying to find, a very desirable magnetic way of life that person then desires at that level of spirituality, and so they go, they don't let you go. what's your perspective on that? Because to me, like, that's like a real fundamental problem that we have with these wars is you know, this justification between ego itself and killing what you don't know so that you can further on your own identity.
Right.
Things like that.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I would just add that the only way we can fix this planet is by working together. Because none of us, and I certainly include myself, you know, none of us individually is going to make a difference, a significant difference. So there really has to be a group effort, which to some extent, it's interesting because sort of the cutthroat capitalists, they, you know, they connive together. They're happy to do that. But if you look on the other side, people that, you know, want a more altruistic or just a more virtuous society, it's kind of, what's the word? It's sort of crippled by an inability to really unite because there's all this exaggerated individualism, and which carries over into the, say, philosophical realm where everyone, and you see this very clearly in probably one of the worst ideas ever in the history of philosophy, which is postmodern subjectivism. So there's actually people, it's perfectly normal and respectable to say things that are ultimately absurd, like, oh, is that your God? I mean, how could someone have a God? It's almost like, is that your poodle? Or, you know, is that your dog? Is that your, how can you have, I mean, if I am trying to serve or worship something or someone, it either is God or it's not God. I mean, it doesn't mean you may do it in a different way. It's the same God. Again, it's not fanatical, but it's this subjectivism. It's like now this war on objectivity. I don't want to go into the whole postmodern thing, but what was it? Richard Rorty. He was a famous philosopher at the University of Virginia and other schools, famous, and he said things which are just incredibly silly. I saw an interview with him. It's not just what I've heard, and he was saying there are no great ideas, which would be a great idea if it were true. So it's just, I mean, just saying really stupid things, and so like everyone now, democracy. If you look at the historical progress of democracy, it started actually in the early 1500s with the Protestant Reformation, which in a sense ended up democratizing theology. And because it was a totally non-secular society where, you know, priests kind of ruled, and even princes had to be careful about, you know, not to offend the Pope or whatever. And so the first thing, theology was democratized, biblical interpretation was democratized. And then the next stage down, this is like both in the ancient Vedic culture of India, and also you find it even in the West, sort of like this social hierarchy where, you know, the priests and then the kings and the rulers and then the merchants and then the workers. And you find this all around the world. And so having democratized to some extent theology, the next step down was to, you know, democratize political democratization. Then you have these, you know, movements for political democracy, and then it comes down to the economy has to be totally democratized, either through the capitalist revolution. It's interesting because laissez-faire capitalism, where you can do it, you know, was actually a left-wing movement, because before the Industrial Revolution, the economy is based on land, and the nobles owned all the land. And so you had this new economy coming up based on factories and industry. And so they made rules that nobles, people titled nobles, they couldn't have factories. And so laissez-faire capitalism was to make sure the old rulers of the economy, the nobles, didn't interfere with this new capitalism. Nationalism was a left-wing project, because nationalism was in opposition to divine right monarchy. It relocated ultimate political authority in the people of a country, rather than some divine right royal families. But I say it because, so things have become so chaotic. I mean, we have to be able to work together. People have to agree on certain things. It's like divide and conquer. And you know, the people who want a more virtuous society are sort of so amazingly self-dividing, you know, into 1,000 different little movements and this and that, instead of realizing that if we work together, and you cannot justify human rights if there's no metaphysical source of them. You can't just declare you have rights and someone else declares, no, you don't have rights, and I have a bigger gun than you, so I guess you don't. I mean, there has to be some objective reason that proves, that shows that we do really have rights, and therefore we have duties, and that we have a duty to nature, we have a duty to each other. We can't just cut each other's throats. There has to be, without, ethical societies always have a metaphysical foundation, some kind of spiritual foundation. There are no societies in history that were ethical, that really delivered justice and were compassionate and did not have a spiritual foundation. There is no such thing in history. In fact, when you get the purely scientific societies, which would do away with the evil of religion, you just got the biggest genocides in human history. So that's what it is. There has to be a spiritual awakening. And otherwise, I think history shows it's just, you know, virtuous people will lose.
So I something that I see within that is, you know, working towards eliminating fear and eliminating the source for the need for control, right? And so
You're saying, well, let's talk about fear for a second. There are things that are really dangerous. For example, I'm not one of those people that's going to go to Yosemite and ignore the sign that says, you know, don't walk beyond this point and then fall off a cliff. I mean, the world is dangerous. It's a dangerous place. And so to eliminate fear, I think fear is like salt and pepper. It's good in the right amount. You know, if someone gives you some French fries and there's no salt on it, or if it has too much salt. So there's a healthy amount of fear, which just shows you're a rational human being. For example, I could just eat all the foods I like, but I'm afraid that I'm going to destroy my body. And so therefore I eat healthy foods. Or for example, so fear, there's good fear and bad fear. Good fear means you fear things that are really dangerous. I mean, there's real danger in this world. And I also don't believe that all the people who are just screwing the world up, it's really just their fear. No, I think there are other motivations. It's not just fear. It's also greed. It's also egotism. It's a lust for power. You could say people lust for power just because they think if they have power, nothing can harm them because it's fear. But I think it's a drug. I think they really just want the sheer evil pleasure of controlling other people. Not because, you know, there's an idea, well, all the evil behavior, if you go to the root of it, it's just that people are afraid. No, some people have really bad ideas and really take pleasure in harming other people. So I don't think it's like motivate, you know, I think there's not just one motivation. I think there's sort of like this cluster of just bad attitudes.
I think what I mean is like fear of what I don't know, or fear of like I know that if I eat healthy food all day, like I don't have to fear, you know, certain medical conditions.
Yes, true.
Because I'm being healthy. That's kind of sort of based on the control of my own consumption, right? But like if there's somebody of a different religion and that I don't know, and therefore I'm scared of them, and so then therefore my group or whatever has the bigger guns, and that's when genocide sort of.
Well, I think though, but for example, let's say if you look at people with imperial urges, or just they actually want to conquer other people. It can be pride, it can be, I want to, I think that what we have to do is, in fact, that was the whole idea. I think that, this sort of sentimental idea, well, they're just afraid, that's why they're, killing so many people. No, it's not just that. In fact, that was a whole failed theory, which is just now being shown to be a failed theory in terms of how Germany and other Western countries in Europe, how they decided to deal with Russia. They thought their idea was that it was this belief in capitalism, that the only reason some countries are hostile or dangerous is because they're not rich enough. And so if we give everyone prosperity, prosperous countries are not aggressive. Prosperous countries don't invade their neighbors. The only problem is, it's not true. I mean, Rome was very prosperous and they never met a war they didn't like. And they wanted to invade everyone. It was just the sheer logistical limitations that stopped them from going beyond Persia and just, going all the way to China or to Polynesia, whatever. It's just, technical limitations. And so, and the Romans were not fearful. They were, it's not like they were afraid if we don't conquer more and more peoples, no, it was the glory of Rome. They had this story they told that, where do we come from as a race, the Roman people? And it was, well, our father was the god of war, and the god of war begot the Roman race in a she-wolf. That's pretty macho. And they were very macho people. I laugh when people say, oh, our society is like, what do they call it? Not paternalistic, my God, it's a common word. Yeah, patriarchal. Anyone that says that America is patriarchal is amazingly unaware of history. Because you want to talk patriarchy? That, the Romans had this patri familias, father of the family, who had the power of life and death over the other members of the family. So you have no idea what real patriarchy is. So anyway, I think it's not just fear. I think and Krishna describes this in the Bhagavad Gita, people, greed is a motivation, not just because I have this inner fear that I'll starve and therefore I've got to just be a multi-billionaire before I really feel a sense of food security. I think there's also pride, there's vanity. Addiction also, yeah. So, but you have all these vices, and there has to be a spiritual center to society. For example, if you look at the polls, I'm sure you know this, if you look at the polls where what issues do people vote on? And it turns out saving the planet, so we even have a planet to live on, is way down on the list. People don't vote for saving the planet. It's like number 23 or something, in terms of what do you vote on? In fact, when I was years and years ago, when I was in a farm we still have in Florida, and there was a professor from the University of Wisconsin. He was traveling around. He got this United Nations grant to research that what motivates people to make significant changes in their life, because the only way the earth will be healthy is if people, start making changes in the way they consume matter. And so, but it's hard to motivate people. And so he did this study, and he came and interviewed me, and he told me that his studies are showing that over thousands of years of history, the only thing that long-term can motivate people to make significant changes in their life is religion. It's not ideology. It's not humanism. Humanism doesn't work. It's been an abject failure. And so therefore, ironically, the whole, I don't want to just bash Marx, although it's so tempting, but But this whole, like this turn, this intellectual turn toward atheism, which goes back to the 1700s, it actually, ultimately, that's why you had to have a brutal French Revolution. By the way, Robespierre, one of the main leaders of the French Revolution, he invented the word terrorism. He invented the word and the idea that he just saw that, people, because they were kind of intellectuals, but the common people in France, they were really disappointed. These common people aren't embracing the revolution, they don't understand it, and so we have to terrorize them. That's why the guillotine was in the center of Paris, where everyone could see it. So the whole notion, you terrorize people into compliance, again, that comes from the French Revolution. The Bolsheviks, Stalin, who was obviously an extremely sick person. When you kill tens of millions of people for just literally blinking the wrong way or something, in the French Revolution, you could report your neighbors not because they even said something like anti-revolutionary, but if they just had a look in their eye. Like, I don't know, the way, Jean-Pierre, the way he looked at me, it just, they'd kill him. They'd kill, and children would turn their parents in. So this experiment in secular humanism produced the worst genocides in human history. So the solution for bad religion is good religion, not no religion. No religion, we know what it leads to. It just leads to animalism. So that's what we're trying to do. That's the product I'm selling here, along with some extra, supplies for your vacuum cleaner. You probably need a few more bags,
So, Acharya,
Yes.
could you talk about Krishna then in that context? Because you've talked about
Yes, everything else.
yeah, well, and why Krishna, as
Why Krishna? Will the real deity please stand up? Yes, it's okay, because I would argue that go into the theological octagon here, that Krishna is the most advanced concept of God. And I would argue that on philosophical, I wouldn't argue on religious grounds. I would just argue on philosophical grounds. It's just objectively. This goes back to St. Anselm. Honk if you love St. Anselm. Anselm, he came up with this very famous ontological proof of the existence of God, which basically is, he was an Italian that did most of his religious work and philosophy in England about 900, 800 years ago, maybe. And so he gave the simple argument, or first the definition: God is that being than whom no greater being can be conceived. And so he said, if you claim that God doesn't exist, I can conceive of a greater God, namely the one that does exist. Now, if this sounds like a philosophical trick, you're not alone. The problem with it's been hard for atheist philosophers for centuries to actually to really defeat it, because it's kind of like the logic, just pure logic is really good. So let's go with what Anselm was basically saying is that if God is infinitely great, then the greatest conception of God is closest to the truth. So what I would say to Anselm, if I could channel him, or if one of you can channel him, what I would say to Anselm is that it's very easy to conceive of a greater God than one who tortures his own children forever because of somewhat subtle theological mistakes. It's punishment which does not have as its object reformation. I had very good parents. I was very fortunate. It's like what Mark Twain said. He said, when I was, got to a certain age, I left home because my parents didn't understand anything. And I came home years later and I was amazed at how much they learned in my absence. So, a God who, first of all, to give an example, in the Bhagavad Gita, sort of edging toward Krishna here. In the Bhagavad Gita, and in all, even in Buddhism and all these traditions that Jainism that came out of South Asia, it's understood that there's reincarnation. And there must be. Because if you don't have reincarnation, there's no logical way you can overcome the objections of theodicy, the problem of evil. I mean, you've heard it a million times. If there's a triple O God, a God who's, let's say, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent, if God knows everything, he knows that this world is full of injustice and cruelty. If God is all good, all kind, omnibenevolent, he wants to stop this. He doesn't want to see injustice in the world. If God is all powerful, he can stop it. He is able to stop it. But he doesn't stop it. Therefore, there cannot be logically a God who is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent. That's the argument. It's the main argument of atheists. And, okay, I guess we'll stop here. Just kidding. So, that argument is, in fact, I would say, a valid argument in traditions, almost all of which come from the Middle East, that argue that you only get one life, no reincarnation. Because then if you say, okay, why is this innocent baby suffering? I don't think there is a good answer. The best they could do, there was one very well-known and very good philosopher, Christian philosopher, who taught many years at Notre Dame, named I think Plantinga. He was a very prominent academic philosopher. And he said that God may permit an evil to prevent a greater evil. And so his argument was that if God prevented anyone from doing evil, sort of like, you ever see a Tom Cruise movie called Minority Report? Yeah. You saw that? Yeah, that's kind of like the idea. But God, imagine God as as an agent of that government. So therefore, God lets someone commit injustice to another person to prevent the greater evil of abolishing free will. But ultimately, that argument is absurd for one simple reason. That if God really cared about us, it wouldn't be, I guess you can't say any skin off God's back because he probably doesn't have skin the way we do, but I mean, what would be the problem for God to give us more chances? So that, for example, you can say, well, there can't be a God because this baby is suffering. What if that baby was Hitler in his last life? And you think it's a cute little baby. What if it was Hitler? What if it was Stalin, who killed actually more people than Hitler? Although the leftist universities don't usually share that information. So if there's reincarnation and if there's karma, and even the Buddhists that didn't accept there's a self said there's karma, which is kind of, that's kind of their silliness. There were Buddhists, by the way, if you go back to the early roots of Buddhism, who said, yeah, if there's karma, which they all believed in, there has to be a self, otherwise who gets the karma? But in any case, if you have a past life and I'm suffering, sure, maybe I don't deserve it in this life, but I have past lives. And you could say, well, but how can I ever know that for sure? And actually you can. And not merely by some kind of, hypnotic regression where you experience your past lives, which some people seem to have the benefit of doing, but because ultimately, when someone commits an evil act or commits an injustice, it's not just the body. The body's just a machine. It's just a virtual reality machine. Inside the body is a soul, and it's the soul that's willing to use the body in an unjust way. So, therefore, you may not remember exactly like what I was my last life. Was I a baker or a psychiatrist, or was I, did I live in, I don't know, Azerbaijan or, Fiji or where? But first of all, can you imagine the identity crisis? We have identity problems just with one body. trying to figure out our identity. Imagine if you had like 500 bodies in your head. Can you imagine your gender issues? Can you imagine? I mean, literally, you'd go crazy. If you actually, I mean, who are my parents? To whom do I give my, you would just, you could not be sane and remember all these lives. But you don't have to. Why? Because let's say in a past life, I committed an act of injustice. And therefore in this life, I suffer injustice. The details, was I a man or a woman? What country was I from? What planet was I on? Who were my parents? All that's irrelevant, because what really is the cause of my unjust act was a state of mind. And so I can still connect to that state of mind. In yoga, they call it sanskaras, like deep-rooted psychological tendencies. And so therefore, I avoid the like absurd identity crisis that would come for remembering all these lives, but I can go deep within myself, and I can find there's still a little part of me that wants to exploit other people, even if it's just, I want you to admire me. I'm not just thinking about what's best for you. I'm actually thinking that I want you to become an instrument for gratifying my pride or my ego. Therefore, I want you to admire me. I want, in relationships, where one person wants the other person, to use the other person because I want admiration, I want this, I want that, whatever. So you can retrieve that samskara. You can still retrieve that. You can find it within yourself. And it was that psychological propensity, which is the real cause of whatever you did in a past life. And so therefore, without having just an impossible identity crisis, you can actually understand the justice of what's happening to you. And so with karma, with this understanding, and also God, like let's say you have a child, you love your child, and the child does something wrong. When do you give up on your child and say, okay, I'm just going to torture you for the rest of your life because I'm not, and even your child is crying out to you, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I'm just going to go on torturing you. I mean, what kind of monster would do that to their child? So this idea of God basically as a monster who can hear the cries of his own eternal children for billions of years, just because maybe like in a few years, in an infinitesimal portion of their existence, they did something wrong, and you can hear your own child crying in agony forever, and your heart never softens. Which is obviously not God, and it's not even what Jesus taught. But it was a theology they came up with, and I won't, the architects of it, people like Augustine and so on. So it's, I think that notion, what possible reason would God have not to give you another chance? What possible reason could God have not to give you another chance? Especially if God knows that you are intrinsically good, you're a soul. You're just, took a bad turn there. So it's like maximum pressure. It's like, because if you think you only have one life, then you're not going to dawdle. You're not going to, maybe you would have converted, but because you think you have more lives, maybe you won't convert or you won't. So therefore, we're just going to put maximum pressure on you. You get one chance. If you don't do it, tortured for it. It's just I mean, I think it's hard to exaggerate how much this poisoned Western civilization. These ideas, which by the way, didn't come from Jesus. If you know the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, it was just cruelty and evil beyond what you can imagine. It took place it started in Germany, it's kind of spread out from there in Central Europe. I mean, a degree of evil and cruelty and torture, which is just whatever you imagine, it was worse. It was genocidal in the name of religion. And at the same time that's happening, there's a scientific revolution which is booming. So talk about compare and contrast. At the exact same time in history, in the 1600s, you have this almost like unprecedented display of evil, of cruelty, of just, and at the same time, there's a scientific revolution going on. And so naturally, the intellectuals start thinking, uh-oh, it's not about religion. I mean, religion is the problem, not the solution. If we want human progress, if we want a good society, if we want to perfect human society, it's getting rid of this religion and going to science. And then you get atheistic science, which then even goes far beyond these religious wars in terms of genocide and cruelty. And so here we are. They tried the thesis, didn't work. They tried the antithesis. We have to go to the synthesis. We have to get back to rational spirituality. Just like in the ancient Greco-Roman world, where it was the philosophers who were interested in God, not the priests. And what you find in South Asian history, in India, the greatest philosophers for thousands of years were the spiritual people. So that's, I mean, sorry, it's not exactly like Krishna stealing butter or something, but it is, we have a great opportunity. You know, it's not every moment in history when you can really make a difference to change the world. Because there are times in history where things are kind of going on and people are just not interested in that. The fact that now more and more people, like you were saying, what was your name? Sterling, interesting. Yeah, the fact that I was recruited by Sterling University when I was in high school because of my SAT scores, and except when they found out I was flunking out of high school, they withdrew their offer. But anyway, so, I mean, your point about, it's like, in other words, it can't just be, what do they call it? Palliative care. It's like when you go to the hospital and let's say the nurse tries to make you comfortable so you're not in pain and all that. But ultimately you need a doctor. It's not just, you know, giving you a little morphine drip or something. It's a question of actually getting to the root of the problem. And so all these, you know, this political battling, they're not getting to the root of the problem. Is the government extremely corrupt? Yes. Does it have very dangerous dictatorial propensities? Absolutely. Is it causing unnecessary suffering to all kinds of innocent people? Absolutely. But the point is, we don't just need something palliative or just, there has to be, we have to go to the root of the problem. What's the root of the problem? Like what you're experiencing in your field, there's just a lot of bad people, just, you know, cutthroat people, unethical people. Where's all this coming from?
I sometimes think that it's, you know, when I'm on the outside and looking at somebody that is doing something that I consider to be unethical, they are considering it to be ethical.
Give an example so I know what you mean.
An example would be, you know, I personally believe that, you know, you raise all the ships, right?
A rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah, but some people believe that, you know, if they get theirs, they take care of their family regardless of whether or not.
But that's tribalism. That's savagery.
Right, but that person is thinking that they.
However, okay, the problem is we've been conditioned foolishly to think in our civilization that if you want to know what the truth is, take an opinion poll. So this idea that, you know, selfish, greedy people who do not extend empathy to everyone or to all life, well, but still, if, you know, 60% of the people, it's irrelevant. The fact that someone thinks they're right when objectively they're wrong. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna specifically talks about the point you raised. It's in chapter 18 of the Bhagavad Gita. I'm a Gita thumper. It's in chapter 18 of the Bhagavad Gita. verses 20, 21, 22, where Krishna is talking about gyan, which means knowledge. And actually, we have it through the Greek like gnosis, like agnostic, an unknower. And so it comes Sanskrit gyan. So, and here, the way Krishna uses this word gyan, knowledge, is in the sense of a worldview. Because the word buddhi in Sanskrit means like analytic intelligence. When you take all the pieces apart, what have you got? And then when you put it all together, what's the big picture? That's jnana. And so Krishna says that if your worldview is virtuous, you see the differences, different families, different people in a family, different races, different religions, different species, different genders, different ages. You see all that. But within those differences, underlying them, you see there's one spiritual truth. So that the fact that you and I have, let's say, different kinds of bodies, or myself, and that's just the covering. It's just like we're wearing different clothes. And that's the metaphor Krishna gives. He says, Basansi jirnani jata vihaya, in the beginning of the Gita, that just as you give up worn out clothes, so we give up worn out bodies, we take new bodies. So the fact that we are all wearing different clothes of different colors is totally irrelevant in terms of our empathy, our sympathy for each other, our solidarity. It doesn't depend on wearing, So in the same way, in goodness, sattva, Sanskrit word is sattva, true existence, like you've heard of satsanga, like spiritual association. So sattva, anyway, I'm controlling myself not to go into all these amazing grammatical details, but sattva means like goodness, like true existence, the state of true existence. And so in sattva, your worldview is that, of course, you see the difference of gender, race, age, philosophy, politics, everything. But beneath that, you see we are all souls. We are all part of God. And that's where empathy comes from. Whereas in passion, the passionate person takes the differences between us to be fundamental. This is my family. It's tribalism. This is my family. You're not in my family. Therefore, I have no moral obligation to you. That's just bestiality. And so therefore, it's not just a different way of looking at it. It's an inferior, primitive, and morally, ultimately reprehensible way of looking at things. And so we have to have the courage in this the sort of like post-subjectivity world we live in, where everyone has their own God and everyone has their own philosophy. It's funny because, when certain people on certain side of the political spectrum just, no, you have your own reality and all that, they didn't realize, they assumed everyone would become a liberal humanist like them. They didn't realize that when you tell people that, whatever is your truth, yeah, some people's truth is terrorism. Some people's truth is blowing up school buses. And, that's my truth. When I was walking, I can't remember where I was. I've just been to too many places. But I was somewhere just taking a walk down the street, some nice little neighborhood. And I saw that a person had a bumper sticker in their car that said, what did it say? Something like love or something. Accepting religion means all religions. And it just so happened the person who had the bumper sticker happened to walk out of their house. And I said, do you include in that, let's say, terrorists? Because that's their religion. They actually believe that God wants them to massacre children. They actually believe that. So if, everyone has their own truth, well, that's their truth. Do you really believe that? That okay, well, it's true for them. So I think what we have to do is we have to sort of unburden ourselves and get rid of some of these ultimately loony slogans that, kind of like pervade certain kinds of pseudo-liberal societies. And we have to be willing to stand up. There really is right and wrong. It's really bad to kill innocent people. That is objectively wrong. Or racism is objectively wrong. Why? Because inside every body is a soul. And therefore you have no right to deny justice or respect to anyone based on gender, based on race, based on species. You have no right to do it. They have God-given rights. And so, unless you're willing to take a stand for objective goodness and virtue, and again, not sectarian, it's not that you have to be a Christian or you have to be a Hare Krishna. It's just take a stand for virtue. And if people, let's say on a certain side of the political spectrum, are so lost in their moral relativism and, subjectivism that they can't take a stand, then
what do you consider to be the best interface for, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, for example, in science, like you could learn, or mathematics, you learn whatever about mathematics. Communicating that towards somebody that knows nothing about mathematics is an issue, because you never inspire the person if you don't communicate with them
sure,
effectively.
right.
What is that? What do you believe is that the interface?
I believe that where there's a will, there's a way. I believe that if we really understand what goodness is and the need for it and where it comes from, it has a metaphysical foundation. I find that, I don't know, I can talk to truck drivers as well as I can talk to professors because I care about them as much. Because it's funny. I was in Israel several years ago as a guest there. I was giving lectures, and because it's funny when you're in Israel and you're just walking. I was taking my morning walk. It was a nice neighborhood actually, Caesarea, and it's like everyone that comes by, they've all been in the army. There's a lot of very intelligent people, but everyone was military, and it's just a different mood because of the situation they're in. And so, I'm from California, so I'm walking down the street, everyone I pass, like, morning, how you doing? That's just. And so I was doing that, and I told some of my hosts, the devotees there in Israel, and they said, "Oh, and people don't do that in Israel. We don't do that. It's kind of a different culture." But actually, because I was going to the same place, I found after a couple of days they were doing it to me. It's like in Hebrew you say Boker Tov, good morning, and they say what's the reply? Boker Tov, something Tov. I forgot it. But anyway, there's a standard reply to it, and after a few days they were saying it to me first, and I was just having a great time. Like I remember just walking around there, just truck came by, just sort of, said hello to wave to the truck driver, and they were honking, yeah. And so I think it's just, I think virtue is contagious, goodness. I think but we have to be spiritual practitioners. We have to be spiritual practitioners. It's just like if you join a cause, let's say you join some social justice or whatever, environmentalism, whatever it is, you can't just have a selfish life. You have to give your time, you have to give your energy. Sometimes you give your money. So we have to be willing to practice spiritual life. Because when you practice spiritual life, you become powerful. And when you tell people something, it has, you pack a punch. So if you are seriously practicing spiritual life, when you tell people that you should practice virtue, there's the Sanskrit word would be Shakti. There's power behind it. So we can't be lazy. It's just like, remember there was a big fad, Beyond Burgers and Impossible Burgers, and it was like, the stock was skyrocketing, and people thought, yeah, okay, I've had enough of that. And so now they're kind of struggling to stay in business, these companies. At once, we're getting these incredible stock values and everything. And so there's people are lazy. And especially about spiritual things. We have to be willing to step up. When I joined the cult, Hare Krishna cult, I was Anyway, that was back, and I was in Berkeley. I was actually in the middle. I wasn't the leader. I was just like 18, 19 years old, but I was in all those demonstrations and fighting against the war in Vietnam and civil rights. I was, my brother was there also. My older brother, he was at Berkeley, and our picture came out, the two of us, in the middle of a riot on the front page of the Oakland Tribune one time. So then when Prabhupada came and he started teaching about Krishna, he just kind of like, okay, that's not the revolution, this is the revolution. But we were already in that revolutionary framework. We already wanted to change the world. And, we were don't hate me for this, but, I was a boomer. And so anyway, I won't make my critique of boomers, but but the point is that we wanted to change the world, and we thought we could because we were such spoiled brats. So we really thought that we could change the world. But nowadays, younger people or even older people, it's like people are losing their confidence that we can make a difference. Because it seems that the powers that be, let me give you one analogy. That is, it's a great analogy for what's going on with America now. And that is when Rome overtook Greece. Greece, Alexander the Great, and Greece was even intellectually and militarily, it was like the dominant civilization. And then this other thing to the west started rising and consolidating. It was, based around Rome. And eventually they had their eyes on Greece. And so what's interesting is that when Rome started to, machinations, when Rome started to really target Greece, like we want to take over Greece, the Greek people, because they were like ferociously individualistic and like every island was a little society. So if you were in in Athens, which is kind of a peninsula, but Crete, or whatever island you were on, and it got to a point where the only chance they had to resist the growing power of Rome, to maintain their autonomy, the only chance they had was to unite, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They were so individualistic, they were so, overly, that they couldn't do it. And they were conquered by Rome, and the next time they actually became a free society was, I think, basically after it took another almost 2,000 years. So those of us who understand, virtue and what society should be, we have to be willing to have our own spiritual practice and work together and have a movement. Otherwise, don't complain.
We need to go.
Oh, well, can we give you something to eat?
We're going to a dinner.
Oh.
It was booked about 5 months ago.
Well, this is America. Can we overfeed you?
Thank you so much.
I look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you for coming. It was a pleasure.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely not. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
That was exactly what I wanted to hear about. Like, I want to go back to like right before you joined the cult. Okay, I want to go like back to Berkeley, like even when you're 18 instead of 19 and 20. Tell us, please, what kind of a religious background you came from,
Yes.
and then what made the difference, and what you have done right, but what you know now you could have done better to help more people achieve a greater consciousness.
You mean before and after I?
From, like, clearly you've reached a lot of people now,
Right.
but you must look back on that and think, if I would have done this, I would have
Okay.
been able to have changed the world quicker.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
have some ideas about that.
Oh boy, do I have ideas about
Yeah.
that. Yeah, you've,
Should we order pizza or something?
I'm in, yeah. And I'll spring for pizza. So, I was born in a Jewish family, which meant there was, at least, I mean, not Orthodox, which meant there was no theological fanaticism. It was almost like an ethnic identity, just, support Israel and, get a bar mitzvah. And so there was no pressure like this is the truth. It was just, it wasn't philosophical. which in a sense left me free. I was, open. There was no devil. There was no ideology. It was just, basic monotheism. And at a certain age, since you asked, as actually starting really when I was a senior in high school, I almost flunked out of high school, but they actually gave me courtesy D's in all my subjects because they thought it would be worse if I stayed there than if I left. So I was actually, because of my scores and like national merit exam thing, I was actually being recruited by dozens of colleges, and I was automatic. In those days, if you got, in the SAT, if you got over 600 on math and verbal, you'd automatically get into the University of California. So I was formally admitted into UCLA, and I was flunking out of high school because I was bored, of course. And anyway, so I had a realization actually at a party when I was about 18 at Venice, Venice Beach. Someone has joined a party, and I just realized that we're not really seeing each other because consciousness is not the physical body, that we are consciousness within the body. And I also understood that there is a higher intelligence in my body. Simple example, let's say I just pick up a glass. If I hold it too tightly, it'll shatter. If I hold it too loosely, it drops. And so it actually involves very sophisticated math. And I know I'm not doing that. Or, if you study the body is like this, it's like ridiculously sophisticated. And if you look at microbiology, the human body is literally thousands of times more complex than Darwin ever imagined. He had a very primitive understanding of human anatomy. Just like Marx had a very primitive understanding of human psychology. They didn't have a field of psychology back then. And so I began to use the cliche, searching, and I was disgusted with materialism, and I actually thought I was going to join the Peace Corps. I looked at a map and said, what's the farthest place away from America, which turned out to be Micronesia. So I told my older brother that, I'm going to join the Peace Corps and go to Micronesia. So he just put his arm around me and said, let's talk about it. And so I didn't go to Micronesia. But anyway, so I went to Europe. I survived a motorcycle going over a cliff in a Greek island and literally blacked out. And when I came to, I was on, holding on and had to pull myself up from this. Went to the Arctic Circle. I was held up at knife point in Morocco. And I just went through all these experiences. And my conclusion was that Europe is just a much more sort of culturally sophisticated version of America. And so I made a vow to myself. I was like a typical guy at the time, 19 years old, the corduroy sport coat, the blue jeans, the little journal, observing everything, walking around, European capitals with my loaf of French bread and, block of cheese. So just like, So after I went to North Africa, sort of had a somewhat negative experience. I was coming back. I was on a train. I took the ferry back to Spain. Then I was taking a train up to Madrid to get a train to Paris. And I wrote in my journal that I felt I'd exhausted the real serious possibilities for the material world in terms of finding really higher truth. And so I thought, when I go back to Berkeley, I have to stay in school because I don't want to go to Vietnam. So I thought, I'm going to dedicate myself to finding God. And I was totally non-sectarian, totally non-fanatical. I mean, I was open to God being in any religion. And I wrote it in my journal that that's my project. And when I got back to Berkeley, I held true to that vow to myself. And so every day when I got in the morning, walked to the campus, I was really just looking for something or someone that could explain to me ultimately what the ultimate meaning is. And I listened to everybody. Because Berkeley in those days, it was, my God, it was like the center of the world. I mean, there were preachers and teachers from all around the world, from every possible tradition that would come there. It was amazing. And I would listen to everyone respectfully. And I actually respected anyone who was trying to serve God. I respected them. They were nonviolent. And then Prabhupada came. Prabhupada came to Berkeley and gave a talk on campus, and I just saw him and heard him. And when the devotees first invited me to come and hear Prabhupada, I was thinking, yeah, because in my sociology class when I was like 18, for Professor Zablosky, who was a young sociology professor, he looked like Frank Zappa, and he's from New York, and he looked like Frank Zappa, and so we had to write these little undergraduate reports on different religions. There was one section of the course on sociology of religion. So I went to, I don't know, Catholic Church or this or that, we had to just go and write little reports. And so one of the things I did, and I went with my girlfriend at the time, we went to hear a Swami. And he had saffron robes, and he wasn't really giving philosophy, just like, relax, everything is all right, just be. And so when you're young, you get the giggles. I mean, I almost got thrown out of the program because I was like, I was like, I could hardly keep from bursting out laughing because there's no knowledge, there's no philosophy. It's just, be peaceful, be this, be that. And so then when they told me Prabhupada's going to speak, I thought, is this another one of those funny swamis? And so I walked in with some friends, and somehow or other, I knew that when I saw the devotees, I thought anyone that actually, at that time, the musical hair, anyone back then that shaves their head, they must really be serious, because that would be almost like, for us, that was almost like, are you willing to, cut off 2 of your fingers for God? It was like, so. Give up your phone for a week or something different. Yeah, exactly. So I knew they were very serious, and they were and they had a practice. And so when Prabhupada, I still remember, he walked into the auditorium, and I just knew this is very different. And he just struck me like as almost like a military commander. His gravity was just unlimited, and I knew it was different. And I listened, and then eventually I went home for the summer, and oh my God, do you mind me telling you one little anecdote? Yeah, it was the semester, the quarter system, actually. The quarter was over, everyone was going home for the summer, and my family lived in Beverly Hills. So I was going home for the summer, and so this huge flatbed pickup truck, a really big one, was just snaking its way through Berkeley, inviting everyone to jump on for a free rock concert up, Berkeley, up in the Tilden Park. There's the Berkeley, and then there's the Bay, and then there's these beautiful hills, Berkeley Hills, and they have these beautiful meadows. It's really beautiful up there. So up in the meadows, they were having this free rock concert, and hundreds of thousands of people, or thousands of people were going. So I jumped on the truck, and then the truck, we got up to the meadows, and it's funny because they were setting up these monster speakers for the rock band, these, and so there were these 2 devotees, Hare Krishna devotees, who were very sincere and very spaced out, but they somehow got permission to, before all the equipment was set up, to go up on the stage and just do these little, the India import little hand cymbals and just chant Hare Krishna. And they were so out of tune, and the music, the instruments were so like tacky that I thought, they must really be sincere. Because anyone that was looking to be kind of respected wouldn't do what they're doing. In fact, I'd seen the devotees before. There was I think the what are they called? People's Park riot. We had various riots, and they closed down the main Student Street, Telegraph Avenue, and they called in the National Guard, and so I'd been to a lot of these things. So the National Guard was walking toward us, and the Oakland police, who were they were understood to be kind of like these brutal people, the Oakland police back then. And so anyway, it just reached a point. I just knew it's tear gas time. Yeah, I just knew, because I'd been in these things. It's tear gas time, and I thought, am I in the mood to be tear gassed? No, not tonight. And so I just turned down a side street, and literally I took 10 steps, and the tear gas canister started exploding. And so I ran into this same spaced out devotee. This is before the thing up in the park. And it was so Berkeley. He was chanting Hare Krishna with his robes, and he was leading maybe like a dozen people. And the way they were dressed, there weren't two people even dressed in the same century. I mean, they were like Victorian, the girls had these Victorian dresses on and this and that. It was Berkeley. It was kaleidoscopic, and he was chanting, and I don't think anyone else was chanting Hare Krishna. Everyone's chanting their own mantra, and he didn't even notice, because he was a really nice guy, but kind of spaced out. So anyway, so when I got up to the meadows, it was the same guy, and he chanted there, and then after he chanted, he was kind of wandering his way, sort of with his robes through the meadows, and people were following. He was like the Pied Piper, because in those days, Hare Krishna wasn't the people who, attack you in airports, or it wasn't, like people that bang, bang, bang on the street all the time, the drum. It was just kind of this Eastern thing. So this whole he was like the Pied Piper, and all these sort of New Age people were following him. And so I was sort of, in a slightly altered state of consciousness. So I went up to him and I said to him, isn't everything beautiful? Because I was like really, kind of feeling my inner flower power. So I said, isn't everything beautiful? And then he said to me, yes. So imagine how beautiful is the source of everything. And that just it stunned me. And I just stood there, and he walked off with his little train of, admiring.
Did you join the train?
No, I didn't join trains. I mean, when I joined Hare Krishna, it was literally the first thing I ever joined.
Did this make your parents very angry?
Well, at first they didn't know I was going. At first, I started going to the temple in LA. And so I got a shorter haircut. At first, my mother was thinking, that's really great. Cutting your long hair. And then I got a little shorter, and then she thought, uh-oh, where's this going? And so, yeah, they were, I don't know how to say it, extremely displeased with my decision. However, it's also because I was so immature. I mean, I was 20 years old. I was years away from a serious prefrontal cortex. 20-year-old kid. I mean, now I look back and I'm amazed that I could feed myself and dress myself when I was a 20-year-old guy, And so, yeah, I could have finessed it. I could have, made it okay for them. But I was just too young and passionate and crazy. So I wanted to preach to them. Mom, Dad, you got to join the Hare Krishna movement. So, I mean, it's just madness. So,
Did they meet Srila Prabhupada?
my mother, every time because I had really great parents. And I really feel bad about, how immature I was about my transition. But one time, my mother came to see me. I was in LA, and I was already a so-called big leader in the Hare Krishna movement. And so I was in LA at the center there, and she came to see me. And Prabhupada happened to be there. So I said to her, hey, do you want to go see Prabhupada? And so she agreed. I don't even know why, but she agreed. We went up the stairs to Prabhupada's room, and I introduced them. And then I was sitting there, and it was like talking about cognitive dissonance. It was like these two impossibly, totally incompatible worlds. There was my mother. I had a real good mother, and before I went to college, became crazy. I was actually really, I was a good son, although I wouldn't clean my room. And I gave my mother Buddhist arguments why people in higher consciousness don't clean their rooms. But anyway, so, God. So anyway, she was sitting there, and my mother lost her father when she was just a really little girl. And Prabhupada was kind of like exactly the age her father would have been. And so she was sitting there, and I saw her transformed like into this young girl. She was really smart. I mean, she only had a high school education because in those days it was the Depression, and they were struggling. Her mother was an immigrant, and there was only enough money for one of three sisters to go to college and that was the older sister, so she married the doctor. And but she was brilliant. I mean, she was just a mother and housewife, but then a certain point after we were out, she got a job in UCLA in the typing pool. It was like the lowest. And then within, I think, like 4 years, she was managing the pediatric ward of the UCLA hospital. Yeah, and she was the president of this and that charity group. She was really, really very smart. And so she was sitting there in front of Prabhupada, and I just saw her transformed, like into a young girl or something. It was like really, I guess before I joined the Hare Krishna movement, I would have said psychedelic. But anyway, so she was sitting there in front of Prabhupada, and then Prabhupada, the first thing he told her, he just completely won her heart. And he said, "Your son is very intelligent." And that was it. He had her. He had her. And then she started saying, yeah, she started telling him about my test scores and this and that. And then when we left, we walked down the stairs for the first and only time in her life. She opened her purse, gave me some money and said, maybe you can use this for your movement. Oh. It was always like, this is for you, it's not for your movement. And I am deeply grateful for the parents I had. And not just now I've realized it, actually for many years now, I've just felt this profound gratitude to my parents. And so yeah, then I joined the movement, and then Plato says in the Republic that when someone first comes out of the cave and sees the light of the sun, basically they get really spaced out. And it's like if you're in the dark and you kind of can see a bit, and then you suddenly come to the light, you can't see anything. And so he said, therefore, the person may become confused and just not see as well as he did in the cave at first. And so that was me joining. I mean, I had a scholarship at Berkeley. I was like, the young genius and blah, blah, blah. And when I joined the movement, we used to go out every day and, do these amazing things, which I hated. It was like torture for me, like sell incense in the street and sell magazines. My God, it was just like, it was like the most painful thing I ever did. But I had to do it because you're trying to understand, you're a servant of God, you're not the enjoyer. So I was really just trying to be a good soldier, just go with the program. And so we'd come home every evening, and in those days, remember when American coins you could actually buy things with coins? And so everyone would sort of pour out all the money they'd collected on the street, and then we'd count it, and we'd roll it up, nickels, dimes. I mean, they were actually worth something back then. Nickels, dimes, even pennies, I think we rolled up. And so here I was, like this little genius, and I couldn't get my stack of coins to 10. It's like when I'd roll coins, like one roll would have 8, one would have 11. And so finally it said to me, Howard, here, why don't you just sit here and chant Hare Krishna? You don't have to roll coins. Because it's just like, coming into the light. But then, by a few weeks later, I actually became the temple treasurer. And actually was able to do it properly. And then after that, I just started advancing because there was incredible upward mobility, because it was just, it was just this little cult. And as I jokingly say, so after a year or two, I started to become like a big leader, an important leader. And then Prabhupada called me to his room when I was 25 years old and asked me to take charge of 20 countries. Because there was no one else to do it. It was Latin America. And I went down there and it exploded. It was a huge success. And then and now here I am. And so now we're doing Krishna West. Oh, so was it you or one of you said, and I meant to say this, and I can't remember which one of you said it, but I feel, and I'm very open about this, and I'm speaking as someone who is in the Hare Krishna movement, that there are all these, they've made a few major mistakes, philosophical mistakes, or just big mistakes that have really crippled the ability of the Hare Krishna movement to do good in the world. one of the mistakes is falsely identifying external dress and just Indian ethnicity with so-called Vedic culture, like this eternal culture. So for example, thinking that if you wear, the men wear robes and the women wear the saris, somehow that's spiritual, they call it devotional dress. It's not, it's just Indian. In fact, half of it comes from the Muslims. No offense to Muslims, it's just not, it's hardly like eternal Krishna conscious culture. Or that certain foods, like in terms of cuisine, in terms of dress, architecture, musical style, the idea that somehow these things are intrinsically spiritual, I think is absurd. And I've said it, very openly. And I think it just creates this high wall of separation between ourselves and the people we're trying to help. And so I think our ability to persuade people to join us in this spiritual revolution has been crippled by this irrational false belief. In fact, it's an inability to distinguish between what I call ethnic details and cultural principles. For example, when I was just a little kid, just a little boy, and we'd go to the synagogue, we had to dress properly because we're going to a house of God. Similarly, people who went to churches. You're going to a house of God, be a lady or gentleman, dress properly. And so that's a cultural principle, that if you go to a house of God, whatever it is, that you show respect. An ethnic detail is you wear, Indian ethnic clothes that even Indians won't wear anymore. Because they'll, at least not the men. And so, so I think that has created this huge wall between ourselves and the people that we're trying to persuade and engage unnecessarily and based on a misunderstanding of history.
Would
Yes.
part of that also be the name that we label God? Because
Right.
I was just in a conversation the other day with some Christians,
Right.
and at the end of the conversation, they were saying, there is only one way to God,
Ugh.
and that's through Jesus Christ. But on the Vedic end, is it the same sentiment through understanding God through Krishna?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. No. Prabhupada himself constantly said, we respect the other religions. They're really worshiping God.
How do we bridge that gap then? Because they left the conversation like thinking that possibly I needed to be saved.
Right. Well, we all do need to be saved. But okay.
How do we respect
Okay.
that?
There's a difference. You see, it gets back to a distinction that I made earlier when I was browbeating you on this point, and that is that difference between philosophical theism and just tribal. In other words, if you look at Judaism, Christianity in its various forms, if you look at Islam and some of its better manifestations like the Sufi traditions, if you look at Buddhism, you'll find people throughout these traditions who suffered and sometimes even gave their lives for the sake of other people. And so philosophically speaking, Jesus certainly deserves our great respect. But philosophically speaking, even Jesus said, basically, I'd like to give these people more knowledge, but they're not very bright. According to the book of the Acts of the Apostles, the early followers of Jesus who actually lived with him were basically illiterate peasants. That's in the Bible, the New Testament. In fact, that's the big historical problem. About, 100, 200 years ago, I think it started in Germany, among scholars, this issue arose, like, who is the historical Jesus? Because they started noticing that, let's say, the different Gospels, they give different accounts of the same event. And there's all kinds of things like that. And so because his immediate followers were illiterate peasants, and then the first person who's kind of really has a command of language and can write really well is Paul. But there are two problems with Paul. Number one, he's a fanatic. He bragged about the fact that he was physically thrown out of every city he ever walked into because he offended everyone. And number two, when I took, years ago when I was doing my undergraduate work at UCLA, I took a course in early Christian history. They mean, like to say the century before Jesus, the time of Jesus, century, so it's early Christian history. And there's no evidence that Paul knew very much about Jesus, because I remember the professor, he was from Harvard Divinity School, the professor said that if you read all the letters of Paul, which are almost half of the New Testament, and you just extract from them all the just sort of hard data, biographical information about Jesus, you could put it all on one index card. So the person that really created Christianity as a religion, with all due respect to the rock, Peter, Paul, because anyway, I won't go into the whole history of why he attracted so many people and what his methods were. But anyway, the church as it emerged was really the followers of Paul. And there's no evidence that he knew very much about Jesus. And so he sort of switched the focus from the life of Jesus to the death of Jesus and the significance of the death of Jesus as opposed to his life. And again, so here you have a person who writes half the New Testament, either Paul or his followers, who didn't know very much about Jesus. There was no evidence he knew very much about Jesus. And he creates this whole new crucifixion theology. And there's a whole story about that, where they got the things like, the blood of the lamb, which comes from the main ritual in the Jewish temple in Jerusalem of killing the lamb and then being purified by the blood of the lamb. And this is a whole topic. I could go on and give a whole course on this, but suffice it to say that there's a difference between fanaticism, where you simply deny that God is present in other religions, or you deny that someone can somehow get the mercy of God through other religions. That's one thing. So we don't accept that. But then you can go to the other extreme and just get into what I call complete theological relativism, where it's like if you say, okay, here is, let's say, third grade math, and here is postdoctoral physics, and it's all the same. It's just some people like to count 3 apples, and 3 apples make 6 apples, and some people like to do very sophisticated theoretical physics, but it's, they're just different. And so I think we have to avoid both extremes. As far as people's reaction to, how they react to it, I think people who are so either traumatized or so hypersensitive because of the way that, certain fanatics conducted themselves, that they are just going to take their stand on complete metaphysical relativism. They're not part of the solution. They're part of the problem. They've gone to the opposite extreme. It's an equal and opposite fanaticism, where you claim that all religions basically give the same amount and quality of information, not because you've actually studied them. The people that say all the religions are the same, what they usually have in common is they've never studied world religions. And so if you actually study them, there is a hierarchy, as there's a hierarchy in, European history or mathematics or biology. I mean, there's a hierarchy of knowledge in every field. And there's a hierarchy of knowledge. Hierarchy means everyone's in the pyramid. You're not saying that someone's just out of the game. But we can rationally distinguish between different levels of theological acumen and philosophy. For example, there's anyway, we won't maybe get into that Baron Bishop right now, Bishop Baron. But Bishop Baron? Oh, anyway, he's a YouTube star. He's actually like a bishop in the Catholic Church. Nice guy. He's very good when he's deconstructing postmodernism, but anyway, never mind, Bishop Barron. So, so in answer to your question, I think we have to have the courage to stand up for theological objectivity. Because if every religion is equally true, then they're all relative, and none of them are really objectively true. If everyone has their own path, like people say, oh, is Krishna your God? If he's my God, he's not God. There's no such thing. It's not like a collectible, like you have your God, I have my God. What we can say is, okay, there's one God, we have different conceptions, or we are approaching God in different ways. And then we should be able to rationally, as civilized human beings, discuss it and see if one is more logical than the other, or has more information than the other, not rejecting the other.
It's important on how much information we have. I think I left that conversation and I said, how you identify God and how God has spoken to you might be different than the way he speaks or it speaks to me.
Well, that's certainly true, even among people that worship Krishna.
And I said, but at the end of the day, if we're living our life devoted to God and treating people the way we want to be treated, then what else is there?
I'll tell you exactly what else there is, since you asked. First, I'll start out with this pop song I really loved. I think it was in '59 or something, called, by the Teddy Bears, by the way, "To Know Him Is to Love Him." You ever heard that? Know Him is to love. Yeah, when I was a little kid, I really liked that song. Anyway, you see, if you say, let's say you're in a relationship, or let's say you're falling in love with someone, or you may be falling in love with someone, and they say, or let's say, so now let's say you're becoming serious about a person, you think this could really be a serious relationship, and then you naturally, want to tell the other person about yourself, and they're not interested. No, I don't really want to. Hey, can I tell you about what I'm interested in? Can I tell you about, what my family is? No, I'm not really interested. I don't want to know. I mean, you'd have to be a fool to think that narcissist who has no interest in who you are, because when you're really falling in love with someone, you just want to know all about them. I mean, you can't talk to them enough. And because you're becoming really attracted to this person, it's like, you want to meet their family because it's your family. Or, there's a certain place you like to go to. I want to go there because if that place is meaningful to you, I want to see that place. I want it to be meaningful to me also. And so that's what love is. You really want to hear about the other person. You want to get to know them more and more. And so how can you say you're seriously interested in loving God, but okay, here's all this extraordinary information about God, but I'm not interested, and to know a lot about God or know almost nothing about God, just the supreme power, what's the difference? What's the difference between knowledge and ignorance? And I want to get to a little linguistic note here. In our culture, if you say, do you believe in God? Like, do you have faith? It means, do you believe in God? In Sanskrit, there are two different words. If you just mean, do you believe that God exists? That's one word, it's astikyam, which comes from the Sanskrit verb asti, which means he or she is or exists. And that's where we get the English is, by the way, and the German ist, and the French phonetically est, and the Spanish est, that's all Sanskrit asti. He exists or she exists. And so that's astikyam. However, if you really get to know God and you really trust God, that's a different word. Shraddha, a very common word, it's in the Gita. Shraddha means you really put your heart in something. You really trust, you know who this person is. And if God is infinitely beautiful, if God is not infinitely beautiful, then it's just kind of not a great date. I mean, so if God is not infinitely beautiful, how will you give all your love to God if other things are more beautiful than God? If God is just, I don't know, a pillar of dust, or God is just some like sort of spiritual electricity or some radiance, then you're obvious. I mean, how could God be the source of all beauty if God is not infinitely beautiful? And if God is infinitely beautiful, don't you want to know about that? Or if God is infinitely clever, it's like, that's what love means. You want to know the person. That's what intimacy is. It's not just physical. It's not just I want to, use you to, trigger all kinds of pleasurable sensations in my animal body. That's not love. Love means that you're fascinated by a person, their personality, the way they talk, the way they do it. It's just, you love them. Yes.
Do we learn this? I grew up Catholic, and what I learned was that I was going to be punished constantly, but that I had to go and sit in church and zone out so that I could hold still and not poke anybody, and just deal with it for an hour until it was over. Stand up, sit down, shake hands, do the deal. And so, like, I just learned that it was infinitely boring. Right? And that, like, there were, like, my favorite things are stained glass windows and weeping statues. You've got to come to my house. But it's, I loved all of that, but I didn't get a thing anybody was saying.
Right.
Because I wasn't told to. I was told to zone out and hold still, and, like, eat lifesavers. And that's, I mean, isn't that it? We're not taught that there's this infinite beauty. And in falling in love, which, thank you all, I do it a lot. You're not taught that there's this infinite beauty, you're kind of like, we're gonna go to the thing, and we're gonna go to the movies, and that's a good date because we're not really talking to each other. We're just doing the thing. It's like just going to church and doing the thing because it's expected of you. You be quiet, you sit still, and then it's over. That was really good. That was a really good sermon today because, I didn't fall asleep during it or something. That's, the teaching is all wrong. The teaching of, this is infinite beauty, and we want you to know something about these people. We want you to know something about these people that you spend so much of your time being devoted to.
That was really good what you said. That was eloquent.
Aw,
Yeah, I mean, when you fall in love with someone, can you really deeply fall in love with someone if you don't find them attractive?
or even if it's not proposed to you, like, it's going to be attractive.
Right, exactly. Yeah, attractiveness is not part of the deal. And so, because the whole emphasis was basically to traumatize people into faith, like, you're gonna go to hell forever, this is gonna happen, that's gonna happen, as opposed to, you're looking for beauty, here's infinite beauty. You're looking for love, here's infinite love. Prabhupada gave this great example, which I think, well, this is kind of my take on his example. Let's say you have a flashlight. If you flash it inside a little box, the light is trapped in the box. But if you turn your light to the heavens, it can literally go for, billions of miles, and it can just expand forever. And so the only real happiness, I think, having, been around the block 108 times, is the real happiness is love. It's like that great, that song, Hey, What's It All About, Alfie? Dionne Warwick sang it. It's a great song. Burt Bacharach. It's a great song. And so one of the lines,
Sing the line out so that we know.
what's it all about, Alfie? Is it just for the moment we live? What's it all about? When you sort of, and then one of the lines is, unless you find true love, because because Alfie, the guy is saying that, just sort of take it for yourself. And it said, if life is only for the strong, what will you lend upon a golden rule? And then the line is, it's at the end, without true love, you're nothing, Alfie. It's a very powerful song in the 60s by, Burt Bacharach. He was a legendary songwriter, and Dionne Warwick. Yeah, Alfie, a beautiful song. It's been covered many times. And so, if you're not really in love, I mean, not just romantic love, I mean, if you don't, it's when we love people, if you love other souls. And, even if there's romantic love, or if I was very fortunate because I got a tremendous amount of love from my parents. and they just kind of filled me, and they were just very, very loving parents. And so I feel like if you get it, you have it to give. And so someone has to be lovable. So if you give your love to, say, Krishna, to be sectarian and fanatical here, if you give your love to Krishna, then because Krishna is infinitely beautiful, your love can expand infinitely. If you try to love someone who's, really not that lovable, I mean, that's why there's so much separation now, because people, quote unquote, fall in love, and then they realize, well, this person is not really that lovable. And, but the more you love, the happier you are. Happiness is just to fall deeply, deeply in love. And it can be the love, loving a friend, it can be a romantic relationship, it can be loving your parents, your children. Actually, I saw this lecture on, it was a TED Talk, this nice young lady who's a psychology professor at Stanford. And I remember she said that the sort of the standard wisdom in psychology was that people are happy when they become free of anxiety. So this whole approach to psychology. And then they realized that's actually not true. What really makes people happy is having a purpose in life. When you wake up every day and you have something important and meaningful to do, that's happiness. I've heard that in Florida, which it's just like one sort of continuous golf course. It's just, all these suburbs and everything and all the retirement homes. And I have a good friend there she's very intelligent. She's actually the leader of another spiritual movement, the Brahma Kumaris, and we're like brother and sister. And so she said that the anti-anxiety pills, they take more in Florida than anywhere else. Because they don't have a purpose. If your purpose is just to ride around your little scooter and play golf. And so, I went through periods of my life because I was probably put me in charge of Latin America. And I was just, I spent a couple of years of my life where I wasn't more than like a week in any one country, all year. And it was a big success, but there was a lot of anxiety and even started to affect my health, which I had to take care of. But I had a purpose in my life. I was living for something. And when you love someone, you're living for that purpose. You're living for that. If you have no one to live for, and if no one is living for you, then what is life? And so, but if you can love God, then because you're attracted, not because you're like threatened or coerced or bludgeoned into submission, but just because you like I know myself, Krishna, there's no one like Krishna. There's no one as beautiful, there's no one as clever, there's no one as just sort of infinitely attractive. And so, because the way I was raised, I never feared going to hell. That was just total non-issue for me. I didn't think God was that stupid, that if that just everyone goes to hell, they don't join this church or something. So when you love Krishna, your love can expand infinitely, so that every day you're like falling in love all over again. That falling in love when you get to know someone and then you start to realize, oh my God, this is like, you're falling in love. And then it's, nothing like it. And then of course, it's like some drunk guy at a party and you're a girl and you wake up in the morning, oh my God, I slept with this thing, because you were out of your head. So it's just the nature, because, let's say, as interesting as I may think I am, or as interesting as you are, we're kind of finite. But when we connect to the infinite, if I can see you as part of the infinite, then I can love you without limit, because you are part of and you represent something infinitely beautiful. And so I'm not demanding of you that you be God for me, or even more common, I demand that I be God for you. So when a marriage, let's say, or a relationship is centered on Krishna, it relieves all this stress, because you're not asking the other person to be perfect, just don't be a complete jerk.
You're not shining your flashlights at each other, you're shining them together into the sky.
Yes. And so if I love another person and they love me, and that love is based on our love for something infinite, then our relationship can grow forever. You don't come to the point where, okay, you know, it was exciting in the beginning, now I kind of know this person and we're sort of, I don't know, roommates or something. Because if you're with someone and you are growing and that person is growing and you're growing together, you never get tired of the person because you're both growing. And because your growth is based on Krishna, you can grow forever. It's not like, okay, I hit the ceiling because I know what the priests are saying about God. I get it, I accept it, but no, because Krishna's infinite. What a real guru does is just kind of like point you, yeah, you know, there it is. But because Krishna's infinitely beautiful, your love for him can grow forever, for like, you know, forever. Not your punishment forever, but your love increases forever. And so therefore, the person that's most attractive, most lovable, that's the real God. Any conception of God which doesn't talk about infinite beauty is just, you know, they're, you know, maybe on the path, they're just not there yet.
Yeah, thanks for being here, H.D.
Oh, thank you all for being here. I mean, if none of you came, it'd be kind of, it would be so much fun.
Yeah, so sometimes I struggle with the Hare Krishna movement because my interpretation of my relationship with Krishna differs in some ways.
Okay, well, we can explore that.
Yeah.
I'm like Chat GPT, you know?
Well,
that's interesting.
Well,
Would you like me to explore that with you?
and that's why, like, to talk about, like, where it loses me is I do kind of look at it as like a direction of, like, it's like a knowledge religion, like they put a high emphasis on that. I can tell that you do as well. It's like some of the things that you mentioned about, like, the colors and this and that, sure, it shouldn't be tied to it, but those are like the you know, like, where I feel Krishna is in my heart. And like when
But that's fine.
What I was going to say is that, like,
Yeah.
and sometimes like, the other thing I hear is like when a lot of the examples that you're using about Christianity are like what I would say are an extreme example. Like that is not how most Christians are that I know. Like,
That's true. Actually, that's true. They took a survey and over 60% of Christians believe in America, all the different forms, that you can get to heaven in other ways. But you see, here's the problem. And so I agree with you.
Well, I wasn't finished, so that's right.
Okay.
Is like, so, because like that's not how I see it. I do see that there's some like that believe it that way, and I would say those are misguided individuals as well. But like when I hear that, like I hear that a lot in the Krishna movement, and it sounds fearful. Like, and I just kind of think, if Krishna was here, like he'd probably be like, "Hey, nice talk. Let's go sing, and let's go down to that church and sing with them." Like, you know, it's more of like I just see it more of like there wouldn't be that. It sounds that for some reason it's at some point in the Krishna movement, it just kind of becomes like, how much more do I know about Krishna as opposed to heart?
Okay, if it was just like who got a higher SAT score or something, it was just because I think the danger you have to be wary of is going to the other extreme. I would say that most of the people in the Krishna consciousness, I'd say most of them are not that philosophical and are not really about knowledge. And they're really just, you know, just trying to, I guess in their own way, trying to love Krishna. As far as saying that I mean, what you said about most Christians aren't so fanatic, I guess it depends on what state you're in.
I mean, that's not been my experience, you know, like, and I get it how you were raised. Like I was raised in a kind of an extreme idea of Christianity, like my mom got involved with Jehovah's Witnesses, and it's like, I didn't carry like,
Okay, but let me, okay.
I was just gonna finish, like, I didn't carry like weird resentments from that, like I was able to like.
No, but that's not my point. You see, I'm making a different point. My point is this. If, I mean, obviously someone can love Jesus and someone can follow Jesus and not be fanatic, obviously. And there are people like that, probably a lot of people like that. At the same time, a certain historical traditions have come down and have to a great extent shaped Western civilization. And so when you have a tradition and there's no real, how should I put it, structure behind it, and everyone is doing their best, I mean, that's good. I mean, obviously there's some good in that. But ultimately, what sociology shows, what social science, because, these things are studied, and that if you have, let's say, an approach, which is just that sort of everyone do your own thing, everyone have your own Krishna. I mean, to some extent, that's true. I mean, every one of us has a unique relationship with God. And so if you are just not inclined to do a lot of philosophy, you just feel, let's say, love for Krishna in your heart, that's fine, that's your path. And even if you study the history of the movement, going back to Lord Chaitanya, going back, to the very founding of it, about maybe 500 years ago, roughly, I mean, there were a lot of people, probably most people, who were not philosophers, who were not, theologians, they just had some love for Krishna.
I guess my point about that is I don't think by having that, I don't think.
However, here's the problem. Here's the problem, because I want to get this out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that having that knowledge draws you closer to Krishna.
Maybe not you, but I think it would, absolutely not my case.
Yeah.
You see, because I wanted to, it's just maybe my nature, that in order for me to really give my heart and give, because I was not a joiner, I didn't just, I didn't join anything really until I started practicing Bhakti yoga. Very kind of, really valued my autonomy. I have to know exactly what I'm doing. And also, if you look at the structure of society, if you look at how real societies function, there has to be intelligence at the top. Otherwise, what you get is chaos, you get anarchy. And if you look at the history of religions, like, for example, let's say the history of Christianity, I mean, if you go back, let's say, to maybe 100 years after Jesus, even arguably 200 years, really up till the Nicene Council with Constantine, there were many, many different kinds of Christianity. It was just kind of all over the place. And then, I mean, militarily, they imposed orthodoxy, which, of course, I don't think was a great idea, but so if you want to have a powerful spiritual force in society, there has to be some type of, everyone's, playing the same game. It's like, if everyone just kind of invents their own idea of what Krishna is, then you're not going to, first of all, can it all be true? It's one thing to say that I'm just personally not so philosophically inclined. I just, I have my devotion and I have my life and it works for me. That's fine. Most of the people in the Hare Krishna movement are like that, actually.
And I wouldn't necessarily say that's how I am either. I enjoy the knowledge talks. It's odd to me when they try to constantly discredit this other one. It sounds so fearful. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't think Krishna would be afraid of these other religions. Like, I don't think you'd have to, like, just an interesting thing I've noticed. Like, no,
but okay, wait hold a second. I want to respond to that. And that is, I think the main I'll tell you, I think the main problem in this country right now, and you could say the main problem in Western civilization, in my view, as a historian, is that because people have a certain concept of what religion is as being non-rational, as being somewhat fanatical. It's a very widespread perception, as this lady talked about, what she was subjected to. And I think that it's a duty that we have. It's like when I was a kid, there was a magazine my mother subscribed to for me, just like about 10 or 11 years old, called Boy's Life or something. Anyone remember that? And so one of the features I really liked is they had the good boy and the bad boy. The good boy does that, the bad boy does that. And so people, I would say that if we don't capture the intelligent people in society, you can't have a powerful spiritual movement. because ultimately, people who really know God have to become the teachers of society, and they have to be able to persuade others that they are legitimate teachers, they really have knowledge. And if you don't, any religion which doesn't establish itself as legitimate, qualified teachers will never actually change society. That's one thing. And so I would say that among educated people, intellectuals who have influence, they're the ones teaching in the universities. They're the ones writing the books. And I would say it's an extremely widespread, I would say pervasive view among educated people that religion tends to be non-rational or irrational, fanatical, and they just, and that really what you need to be is scientific, or you need to be, and it's led to this materializing of human life, relativism. And so I personally think it's important. I don't hate them. I don't think Christians are bad. A lot of them are very good people. But I think that there were certain views which have been the foundation historically. I'm not just thinking of today. I'm thinking of in history and the impressions people have. And obviously we don't want to talk about this every day. It's not like this is all we ever talk about. But for example, just to give one example, this is just one example of so many. There's a guy, his name is Bishop Barron, very smart guy. He's a bishop in the Catholic Church, very, very smart. And he actually has, he was, got a doctorate, I think, in philosophy. And he makes a brilliant critique of postmodernism and all these atheists. He's really very smart. And I learned a lot by watching him. But then he was giving a talk and he was saying how no other religion really cares much about ontology, which is, ontology is, the nature of existence itself. Whereas if you look at the tradition, Vaishnava tradition, or just the greater Indian tradition, they were completely concerned with ontology, the nature of existence. And the whole Vedanta, the whole intellectual tradition of India was basically focused on ontology. And he was ignorant of that fact. And so, or for example, something you hear in universities, you hear professors saying this all the time. Are there any lights here? Yeah, professors saying this all the time, that there are the monotheistic religions, which are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and then there are the other religions of the world from Asia, which are polytheistic, which is completely wrong. And so, again, because we do accept Jesus as a real spiritual figure, because I do believe that in history there were many, many Christians who really sincerely tried to love God and tried to serve God, because I believe all that, and I'm not a fanatic. Therefore, I have a right to make a critique. And because I'm not fanatical. I'm not denying Jesus. I'm not saying Christians aren't connected to God. I'm just saying that historically there have been certain approaches to religion which dominated Western civilization for over 1,000 years, which were catastrophic. And that's why it resulted in an intellectual rebellion against religion. That's why atheistic traditions like Marxism, for example, if you go to South America, where the universities are 30 years behind, they're still all Marxists. Even though Marxism was the most genocidal movement in human history. I know that because I talk to people all the time, and it's just all this refried Marxism, this atheism or physicalism. It dominates the universities. That's one reason why there's been revolt against the universities, because they really have become, instead of educating students, they indoctrinate them in atheism, materialism, scientism, not science, but scientism. And so, so there's a battle going on. There's a battle going on, and I think it's a lot of intelligent, educated people actually don't even know there's such a thing as rational religion. religion, which is not just about, being freed of your sins or dying, someone died, but actually understanding the nature of reality, the nature of the physical world, the nature of, epistemology, that, what is the science of knowing and so on. And so it's starting to change now. So I'm sympathetic to your point of view, and I don't mean to disturb your own faith or your own approach to God.
I would say, I don't think you're quite hearing my point of view, though. I think you're kind of finishing the thought, but I guess that's what I say is I don't see that there's as much contradiction between the two. If anything, there's probably more parallels in that,
But I didn't allege contradiction.
I'm just saying, to me, Christ consciousness is probably.
But I didn't say anything different. I didn't say that Jesus is incompatible with Krishna. I think the problem is not that I'm not hearing you, but you're not hearing what I said. I didn't say one word critical of Jesus. I didn't say one word critical of Christian saints, not one word.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from now.
Yeah.
At the times, that's what I mean. Those.
Well, that's okay. That's, we're talking. We can,
Yeah, that's great.
it's like that Beatles song, we can work it out.
And I was reluctant to say it because I'm grateful you're here. It's not that. It's just that I do think it's just been on my heart a lot because I feel Christian in my heart, but for some reason I hear a lot of that. It's to me, I'm not really sure why there's that need to make it feel better than that. Obviously, none of us are for wars, but you mentioned that. You said, well, that's only in these Western do they talk about war? And I'm like, well, what about the Bhagavad Gita? I mean.
No, I didn't say, again, you have to really listen to what I'm saying. I didn't say that there were no wars in Asia or in India. I said they weren't religious wars.
Well, I mean, the Bhagavad Gita could be considered.
No, actually, when the Bhagavad Gita begins, Dharma Kshetra, the first word of the Gita, Dharma, actually, most of the people on the battlefield, even a lot of people fighting for Krishna, they weren't devotees of Krishna. It was a fight for justice, not for religion. It wasn't a battle to make everyone into a Hare Krishna devotee.
I see the distinction there.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if you woke up one day, this is in the Gita Guide, my famous example. Imagine if, let's say, there was a coup d'etat where someone violently took over the government, which is starting to sound more plausible now than it used to, considering the current political landscape. What if someone just sort of violated the Constitution, killed an elected president, and seized power? And let's say there were still people who were loyal to the Constitution, loyal to justice, that opposed that tyrant. That's not a religion. The Bhagavad Gita is just a part of the Mahabharata. So basically, Duryodhana had usurped power. There was a constitution back then. It was called Dharma. There are books called Dharma Shastras. They're the law books. And there were rules. It constituted a type of sacred constitution. And these people were criminals. They had usurped power. They were killing people that opposed them. And Krishna told Arjuna to fight, not to make everyone a Hare Krishna devotee. That wasn't why they fought. It was to restore constitutional government and justice. And so therefore I said, they didn't have wars to make everyone this or that religion. There's no such war. Not in India, they didn't do that.
I just had a thought thinking from your perspective and trying to your perspective as well, where I think a lot of it depends on how we're qualifying our own darkness. And if say for example, you as a historian, sure makes sense to get to know as much information about Krishna as possible, right? But my sense as a winemaker, as somebody who's getting to know, who wants to be, in agriculture, it doesn't make as much sense to be obsessive about the details of the Bhagavad Gita.
Well, okay, you say obsessive.
Obsessive may be the wrong thing.
Yeah, it is the wrong word. Well, it is possible to be obsessive about Bhagavad Gita. I'm not denying that someone could be obsessive about it, but I think being a scholar, I think it's kind of this, I think it's kind of something which sense is very American. It's kind of this anti-intellectualism. I mean, where you say, okay, you're a winemaker, that's perfectly, well, we don't drink wine, but never mind that. So let's say agriculture. So obviously you have a God-given right to do that. Krishna says in the Gita, that whatever your nature is, your propensity, that's your dharma.
Right.
So you have a God-given right to do, say to be in agriculture. But the point is, I think it would be, just to be very frank, because we're being frank with each other and we're all friends, I think it would be really irresponsible and dangerous to generalize, let's say, your maybe just lack of interest in a lot of philosophy, to generalize that, because if you look at history, one thing history teaches you is that there are no dramatic changes in society, including dramatic improvements, unless you actually attract educated, intelligent people, because ultimately they're the ones that are going to end up being the teachers and even being the rulers, people who are just, and so to say that let's just go, sing Hare Krishna or love Krishna, and what's all this intellectual stuff about? I mean, believe me, I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, but I also, you learn from history, and unless we can establish in society to educated people, this is rational, it makes sense, we're avoiding, and this gets to your point, we are avoiding the tragic mistakes that religion have made in the past. Because there are tens of millions of very intelligent, competent people that don't want to join any kind of spiritual religious thing, because they think that historically religions are just a negative influence on society. And so I think being very open and just saying, okay, here's history, let's be transparent, this is what can go wrong. And I'm probably the biggest critic of the Hare Krishna movement from within the movement. So I'm an equal opportunity basher. But I mean Krishna West, so I think that we have to think if you personally just have other inclinations, that's fine. You have a God-given right to serve Krishna or pursue your life according to your own propensities. However, from a socio-historical point of view, it would be very irresponsible of me and disastrous not to recognize the obvious truth that you learn by studying history, that unless you can somehow persuade the educated class, you will never change society.
Well, I kind of think that, like, if we use the Beatles, for example, right? And like their language was music.
Right.
It wasn't necessarily knowing more about Krishna, right? Or really even knowing more about music. They were able to speak to people.
However, the Beatles, and I really like I grew up with the Beatles, and I really like the Beatles. But the point is, and George Harrison was one of us, but the point is that, in fact, one of my friends is the one that gave George the idea of putting Hare Krishna in My Sweet Lord. So, however, the Beatles did not bring about a spiritual transformation of society. I mean, as much as I really like their music and I grew up with it, George Harrison did a lot of good. John Lennon, it's interesting because George Harrison and John Lennon, the Beatles just needed a break. And so they rented a boat and they just sailed around the Greek islands just to get away from everything. And George Harrison had just gotten a Hare Krishna album, vinyl record. He still didn't know that much about it. And so he and John Lennon literally chanted Hare Krishna for days, like hours every day. They were chanting Hare Krishna all around the Greek islands. So, they had, but then, John wants us to imagine a world without religion. I can understand how maybe he means sort of organized religion or something, but I'm thinking of how to change the world. I'm not thinking of just how to satisfy myself. And I respect your right to practice bhakti yoga in a way that's pleasing to you. I respect that. I would never try to pressure you or coerce you to be like me or do what I'm doing. And that's what Krishna says. Everyone has a God-given right to work in this world in a way that's natural for them. However, we also have to recognize that certain things are necessary. And it would be selfish for us to sort of say, you know, why bother with all of that when history proves that if you don't do that, you're not going to save this planet. Even if it's something you don't need. You may not need it, and that's fine. If you don't need it, you don't need it. But it's something that's needed to transform the planet, as history shows.
I think that like, it makes sense with respect to what you were saying, that, you know, maybe being on the informational side, you know, is different, but like, say, if the Beatles were music, or for personally, for me, it's agriculture, like we have our way to communicate within that, within the context of this specific religion, in a way that we all work together for the purpose.
Agriculturists are invaluable. For example, Prabhupada wanted us to develop model farms, something we haven't done yet, and to show how you can live simply. And you can, I mean, it's a fact, and you can fact check this, that generally people that live in nature tend to be much more God conscious than people who live in cities. Because when you live in a man-made environment, you think, you know, reality, you think even truth is man-made. Whereas, and there's just a few ornamental trees on the avenue or something. But when you live in the country, and this is all around the world, studies have shown this, people that actually are much more in touch with nature are much more inclined to understand the presence of God. So Prabhupada wanted model communities, environmental, you know, self-sufficient communities. So agriculturalists are a vital part of our mission. Not that everyone has to, you know, be a technical philosopher. And so, or if you look at the Bhakti tradition, there were actually a lot more people that just wanted to love Krishna than wanted to do philosophy. So, I mean, you're in the majority. But still, there's a structure to society, and there are historical structures which determine what direction a society goes in. And it's absolutely essential. Prabhupada gave the example. This is a metaphor that goes back to the earliest Vedas, that the body, the human body, is a map of society where the Brahmins are the head, the thinking part of the body. And then the administrators or kings or warriors, they're like the arms. And then the agricultural people, they're like the stomach that is nourishing the body and keeping the body alive by producing things. And then the workers, the Sudras, they're working and making everything go on. And so Prabhupada always said that unless you put a head on society, the society is lost. And Prabhupada even said one time, he said, just because the head doesn't perspire doesn't mean it's not important. You know, the brain doesn't perspire. So I mean, I don't want to say that in a way that sounds sort of elitist or I'm better than you. I mean, if you look at Krishna, when Krishna came, his most advanced devotees, the people that loved Krishna the most, were agriculturalists. You know, in Vrindavan, they actually, you know, they had cows and milk, and I'm sure they produced some kinds of, you know, vegetables and everything. So Krishna's greatest devotees were producing food. At the same time, it was the teachers who explained to the world about these people. Because in any society, if you're not recognized in a society as the teachers, you can't really change the society. And that's why things become so degraded, for one thing, because of the quality of university teaching, where it's basically been, I mean, a lot of people just teach their subject. It's not like they're all bad. But it's changing now, but it's basically, unless you were politically in a certain area, you would be humiliated, you would be even, you know, failed. You couldn't get a job. If you were applying for a job as a geology professor, if you were a Republican, you couldn't get a job in a geology department. And I know this. I mean, these are real facts, real statistics, that when I was going to school, say back in the late 60s, the ratio between, let's say, liberal and conservative was like 2 to 1 in the faculty. Now it's like 35 to 1. And so, and there's just endless stories. I know because I've coached a lot of people through college, helped them with their college and everything, and I get reports. I mean, it's basically, they became indoctrination centers.
My organic chemistry teacher got fired from OSU for questioning climate change.
Yeah. Or if you just, or if you're an environmental professor and you question, let's say, affirmative action, you'll be fired. So it's, when I went to college, the idea was you're going there for debates, to test your ideas and hear other ideas and have people, defeat what you think. And that was why you went to college. So, and anyway, so universities are influential. They educate the new generations. And so we have to become the teachers. If we don't become the teacher, and then of course, as teachers, we're going to point to what you do and say, look, here's an example of natural agriculture. So it's a team, we all work together. But no member of the team should minimize the importance of other members of the team.
How do you think we'll work on education in the future? I mean, I see.
We have to become the teachers.
I see a very diminished reliance on universities right now.
True, but
Where is that?
true. I think that ultimately it's dangerous. It's like, for example, let's say I have some kind of medical condition that has to be dealt with. And let's say they were trying to get me to take some drug or, pill, which is really, not good for my body. The solution is not, okay, then I won't take anything. In other words, the only way to get rid of the bad teachers is to have good teachers. And the fact that Americans, I mean, not everyone, obviously, not you, but are becoming sort of more stupider and stupider. Math scores are going down, this score is going down, that score. And so the solution, when we rebel against these fanatical indoctrinators who, instead of just teaching, want to indoctrinate us and just recruit us into their political cause, the solution is not, who needs higher education? Well, because if you take us, it's almost like if you say wind up a little, people don't wind things up anymore. But let's say if you,
We remember.
yeah, you remember? If you just let go of it and don't, guys, like, let's say you're driving at high speed in your car, you just let go of the wheel, you don't know where it's gonna go, you're gonna wreck. And so in the same way, what happens when you, let's say, diminish the prestige of, say, university professors because they've been so stupid, and you just, okay, colleges shouldn't be as, they're not so important. It's not that therefore people will become like you, just sort of like virtuous, simple people. They will become victims of fanaticism. That's exactly what happened in this country. That's why we have the government we have now. Because when you just let go, when you don't intelligently teach people, they will become victims of demagogues and they will join a political cult, which is what's happened. It's just a political cult. And so that's what, if you create a vacuum of higher education, that vacuum will just suck in all kinds of fanatics and demagogues and just kind of bad people, narcissistic politicians. So the vacuum is very dangerous. In fact, that's what we're seeing now. People are just fed up with these, with these sort of fanatical university professors that just trying to push their political views on everyone. They're fed up with that. So did they become balanced, thoughtful people? No. They became fanatics on the other side. And so we can't just abandon higher education. I mean, not that everyone has to be involved, just like I'm not gonna, grow crops, but someone better. Otherwise, these shelves will be empty at Trader Joe's. So,
I mean, I look pretty seriously at getting my PhD in ag ed.
What's that?
I look pretty seriously at getting my PhD in ag ed, but I'm so disenchanted with the university system that any allocation of my time and away from my own industry, I look and they'll say, okay.
Okay.
What can I achieve on my own?
No, well, understandable, but here's another way to look at it. I mean, of course I understand how you feel. But it's, actually, when I was at Harvard, and, I had some professors who were kind of, because sort of bashing Hinduism, Hinduism professors kind of bashing Hinduism. And I was sitting there in the classes, and I just thought, I will laugh last. Because I thought that I want to present a different picture, or even a UCLA undergraduate, and I thought that they are giving me what I need. They're empowering me to defend and advocate a much healthier and much more spiritually true version of it. So I thought, I have to get educated. And so, let's say if you did go back, I'm the academic director of the main academic institute in the Hare Krishna movement. And so I'm sort of like, compulsively recruiting people. But let's say, for example, let's say you did go back. And then what you could do is, and let's say the teachers are saying things that aren't good or aren't healthy, not the way things should be, but they're empowering you. It may not be what you want to do. I'm not saying you should do that. It just may not be your path. But I'm saying that that's just one approach. It may not be what you want to do. But one approach is that one gets the credentials and then uses that knowledge to make learned arguments to refute them. Because you have to, unless you really know what they're saying, you know what I mean?
If you want to be a sycophant for 5 years.
What? Psychopath. Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting point. Psychopath for 5 years. That sounds attractive. I would say that, I would say that, and again, it may not be your path. I'm not trying to, pressure you.
I don't know. It's more.
However, to me, like for example, her brother is a distinguished scientist, environmentalist, and he agrees with us. And so I would say, is 5 years in which maybe you could keep growing your grapes at the same time, but is 5 years worth it if for the rest of your life the world will listen to you and take you very seriously, and you can write books and you can maybe hopefully change things? And that's something you have to decide yourself.
I think the challenging thing right now is with universities sort of in question is that becomes a bigger question. Does the math work out to do something?
Okay, but here's something you have
Or
to,
do you follow industry?
right. But here's an important point. Because I've advised a lot of devotees who went back to college and got degrees. And here's the point I make. There's only one purpose in going to college, and that is to get out of college. And so,
Just like church. Lifesaver and sit there and be quiet.
I mean, when I was in graduate school, I actually got the fastest doctorate in the history of my department. Or it shows you how desperate I was. But no, because I mean, my professors were very kind to me, and they were actually, they were really nice to me, and even though they had very different views than me. And so I am encouraging people, but of course, I respect your right to serve according to your own nature. If that's just not your nature, then, I respect that. But I think when I was hearing all this stuff, which I didn't agree with, about the nature of Vedic culture and all that, I was just thinking that this is empowering. I know now what they say. I know what their arguments are. I know how to refute the arguments. And unless I'm really expert at their point of view, I can't really refute it to the satisfaction of intelligent people. And so for me, it's interesting you said fight, because I went, I dropped out at Berkeley because I joined a cult in Hare Krishna. Actually, I dropped out before I flunked out because I was sort of, precisely because I knew they're not really giving me important knowledge. Then when I went back, I finished up at UCLA, my undergraduate thing, and then I, actually Harvard, they invited me to apply and they let me skip the master's degree, so that was really a lot of fun. So I just went straight to the doctorate because I'd published books. And so it was about 5 years from the time I went back to college when I was 42, actually, just 3 years ago. Anyway, so I went back to college in fall of 1991, and then I finished at Harvard in 1996. So it was exactly 5 years. It's interesting, you know, small world. It was exactly 5 years. And I think if you go to a good school, again, I'm just trying to make the case, but I respect, you know, whatever you decide. But I would say if you look around, there are schools nowadays where they're not just going to give like silly, you know, they're actually going to be more sympathetic to environmentalism, sympathetic to ecology. I mean, there are some places like that. And even if a whole department isn't like that, I don't think it's so hard to find a place where, because in graduate school, it's not just like undergrad, you just, you know, here's a list of courses you have to take, and you take them, you graduate. But in graduate school, you really work with one or two professors. And I think there are people who would be sympathetic. If you know, if you're kind of a little flexible, I think you could find people who will respect your thoughts and work with you, or maybe even agree with you, maybe in their own way, or advocating what you want. So I think it's worth at least taking a look. And then if you decide to do it, you know, you can join our institute. Because I was saying that, what's your name? Fred, Satyavati, that, and I was telling her brother, because her brother's really a really accomplished scientist, and, you know, agrees with us on all these things, that I would love to open up a whole environmental wing department in our institute. I would love to, you know, put on conferences about the environment and the relationship between, you know, healthy ecology and God consciousness. The word ecology comes from Sanskrit, by the way. The Sanskrit word okas, and then anyway through the Greek and blah, and which means home. So like ecology is like the science of your home, the earth.
Why is it that religion now, or our Christian religions, I guess, maybe, I don't know, all the religions.
I'm not going to say anything bad about Christianity.
Like, you know, I remember like my youth growing up, we were more focused on what sinners we were, but not really how to interact with our environment, or even with other people, unless we were trying to be better than them, or they were punishing us. You know, right? But why the focus shift? Why, I mean, was that Paul? But why did the focus shift go from exploring how to live our lives to like, you're just a sinner and you're gonna be in trouble? Like, how do we
Okay, I can tell you historically what happened.
I guess I want you to fix it.
I am by the Hare Krishna cult. But it's no, historically what happened is, I'll try to make this very brief. The followers of Jesus, many of them, or most of them, believed that he was the Messiah. The word Messiah was not a religious term. The Messiah, Messiah, the anointed one was the king. And the king would be anointed. And when he was, coronated as king, and all these terms like the Son of God, begotten and not created, or all that's from one of the, I forget the number, but it's one of the Psalms. And it was precisely the psalm that was recited when they installed a new king. And so when the followers of Jesus claimed that he was Messiah, they were claiming that he was the legitimate ruler of Israel, the king of Israel. And that's why the Romans, sort of cruelly put that sign of, King of the Jews. And so the reason why that was considered subversive and really, a capital offense is because before, when Jesus was born, there was a king, Herod, who was what the Romans called a client king. In other words, the Romans didn't want to have to worry about these faraway places with stubborn people like Israel at the end of the Mediterranean. So what they wanted was, okay, you guys, the Jews, you have a king rules you, and you send in your tribute every month. Just pay your taxes to Rome, and everybody's happy. What happened is when Herod died, he had 2 sons, or at least I can't remember, 2 or 3, but they were really they were just fighting with each other, and they couldn't manage the country. So the Romans thought they had to reclassify Israel. Instead of working with a client king, they had to send a direct Roman governor because it was getting out of control, So they sent a Roman governor named Pontius Pilate. And if you look at the Old Testament, what really kind of freaked out the Jews more than anything was foreign domination. So the first great Messiah was David, King David. He's the paradigm, and that's why in one of the books of the New Testament they try rather ahistorically to trace Jesus back to David, because he defeated a foreign power and freed the Jews to have their own place, their own world. And so another Messiah, famous Messiah, was Judas Maccabee, the hero of the Hanukkah story. Because Alexander the Great conquered all of the Middle East, Near East, including Israel. And then when he died, his empire was divided up among his generals. And so a general named Antiochus got Israel as part of that whole, Near Eastern world. And so they wanted to modernize Israel. And so to modernize back then, it means okay, where are the bathhouses? Where are the theaters? Where's the gymnasium? And so they wanted to modernize. It's almost like America going into some third world country wanting to, put in a multiplex theater, movies and, maybe Trader Joe's or something. And so they wanted to modernize Israel. But part of that modernization was religious tolerance. And so the conservative Jews, they rebelled against that because we were losing our faith. And so they formed a guerrilla army led by the Hasmonean family, Judas Maccabees, which means Judas the Hammer. And they were doing sort of like this like guerrilla warfare. And they became such a headache for the Greeks. They said, okay, do your thing. So he's a Messiah. There's even a non-Jew who's a Messiah. And that's Cyrus the Great, who's actually named in his own language, which is a dialect of Sanskrit, is Kurus, which is the most famous king name in Vedic culture. Anyway, he is a Messiah. Why? Because the Jews were captured, were defeated by Babylon, and then when they made the incredibly stupid idea to rebel, instead of just paying the tribute, temples destroyed, Solomon's temple was destroyed, they were taken to Babylonia, and sort of almost like, not slaves, but just sort of like indentured, So then Cyrus conquered Babylonia, and he was very liberal. He was actually a Vedic king. He conquered Babylonia. He gave the Jews permission to return to Israel, gave them money to help rebuild their temple, declared complete freedom of religion in the Persian Empire, which now included Israel, and therefore the Bible says he's a Messiah. So all the messiahs in the Old Testament they were military leaders. And so again, because around the time when Jesus was just very small, just still a child, Rome sent Pontius Pilate. And so it's Messiah time. Because again, we have this foreign ruler humiliating us, and we want to be independent. And so therefore, they thought Jesus is going to, and I mean, anyway, I won't go into those stories. There are books about this, academic books about this. I'm not saying Jesus just wanted to be a military leader. I mean, I think he was a saintly person. But the point is that, so when Jesus was, at least externally, outwardly, crushed by the Roman state and crucified, because crucifixion in the culture of the time was a punishment reserved for low-class people. In other words, pirates, common thieves. No respectable person was crucified. They would, they had assisted suicide. Anyway, that's a whole other story, assisted suicide, which is the whole medical industry in Rome. And not only that, at the time of Jesus, and even for the next really couple hundred years, there was no New Testament. And also scholars agree, including Christian scholars, that neither Jesus nor Paul, even Paul, ever thought they were creating a new religion. They thought they were reforming Judaism. And therefore, the Old Testament was authoritative. And that's why they kept doing what's called proof texting. They kept saying, okay, Jesus said this because it was said that, in the future, some will come in the Old Testament. In fact, if you look at, the most famous sacred music in Western history, Handel's Messiah, I'm a big Handel fan. Half the libretto, which is the words to all the songs in Handel's famous Messiah oratorio, half the words are from the Old Testament. And so the Old Testament says that a person who dies hanging from a tree is a sinner. That was another problem. So it was a problem because Jesus, the Messiah was supposed to defeat the foreign rulers, not be crushed by them, and the way he was killed. So it was a problem. I'm not saying that therefore Jesus wasn't authentic. I'm just saying for the people of Israel, that was a big problem. And therefore, they had to somehow fix this. So the way they had to somehow interpret the crucifixion in a way that made it a positive, not a negative. And so therefore, they came up with this crucifixion theology. Because in Israel at the time, they had the Holy Temple, the main temple, and the main religious act and the holiest days in the Jewish calendar were, they still are, Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, which basically are focused on becoming freed of your sins. And the way you become freed of your sins is you would pay to have a lamb sacrificed in the temple in your name. And so they thought, well, wait a second, what if Jesus is the Lamb of God? And God made a sacrifice, and the Jews also believed that blood was purifying because they knew that if you cut off this blood, it goes numb. If you cut off the blood. And so therefore they somehow associated blood with consciousness and the soul. And so therefore, just like in Bhakti Yoga, they do the little water thing, and they're doing the worship or something. The Jews would do that in the temple with blood. They would sprinkle blood on things to purify them. And so therefore they thought that, it's kind of Middle Eastern. Yeah, and you could sacrifice animals, but the lamb was really, if you really want to do it right, it was a lamb. So Jesus is the Lamb of God. We're washed in his blood. We're purified of our sins. And they created not that Jesus taught. Jesus wasn't a fanatic. He was actually reasonable. For example, there in the New Testament, there's this scene where Jesus is saying that when the Son of Man comes, Son of Man was a term from the Old Testament. It means like representing a God that's just gonna, really kick some booty because the world's become so sin. That's what the apocalypse. The word apocalypse, apo, by the way, Sanskrit means. Anyway, so apocalypse means the discovering. So basically, the apocalypse is that God has had quite enough of all this nonsense that his souls are doing, and so he's basically going to reboot human history. He's going to come, and he's just going to, reboot everything. And he's going to separate, Jesus preaches this, he's going to separate everyone into the lambs and the goats? The goats. And anyway, the lambs are going to heaven and the goats going down. And so each group will say to Jesus, why are we going to heaven? And Jesus will say to them, God will say to them, this is Jesus speaking, that when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was lonely, you comforted me, and so on and so forth. And the people are going to hell because when I was hungry, you didn't feed me, you didn't do these things. But what's interesting about that is Jesus is teaching there's an ethical qualification. The criteria for getting God's mercy or not is not believing a particular interpretation of the crucifixion. It's about being a good person. It's about being kind, the Good Samaritan. The Good Samaritan was not a Christian.
Actually, I was going to just say that's actually was, I guess, where my point is that Like, there's so many things, like, I obviously believe that, we're part of the super soul and reincarnation, and I guess is like, it's like so many things, and that's where it's like, it's like, of course, I totally appreciate and respect your knowledge, but to me, it's like, yeah, let's say there was this Christian lady that believes in Christ, and she's out feeding all these people. I believe that she probably that's the real Bhakti yogi. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't
Oh, I
matter-
agree.
it doesn't
No,
matter
I
what
agree,
I'm
Krishna.
saying.
I don't disagree with you. Here's the point. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is clearly not a jealous God. He doesn't need a
It doesn't
12-step program
fit
for
me,
jealousy.
I just think it takes from the heart.
No, but you see, but in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that if you are in the mode of goodness, if you're virtuous, you will be elevated in your next life. Maybe not all the way, but you'll be elevated. And you'll be happy in this life, and you'll be wise. And none of that requires in the Gita that you accept Krishna. Because Krishna actually says in the Bhagavad Gita, he's actually a pretty liberal guy. Krishna says in the Gita, Yajante Satvika Devan, that people in the mode of goodness, who get all these benefits, worship demigods. So there's no jealous God, if you're just a good person, you'll be rewarded. Krishna talks a lot about just being virtuous and the rewards you get, and none of those statements about just being virtuous are about Krishna. It gets to the famous question of Euthyphro. You've heard of the Euthyphro question? That's a dialogue by Plato. There was a man named Euthyphro. It was a self-righteous hypocrite that claimed to be moral. And so Socrates asked him this question, which is probably the most famous question in philosophical ethics, which is, are certain deeds or certain actions virtuous because the gods love them, or do the gods love them because they are virtuous? And so in the case of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna describes an objective virtue, which means helping people. It means, not being selfish, doing the right thing, not so you can get your name on a building, but because you just want to help people, not having selfish motives. And one expression which Krishna uses several times is Sarva Bhuta Hite Rata, dedicated to the welfare of every living being. And so if you do those things, even if you don't worship Krishna, you're still rewarded. But I think an issue here is, and there have been legitimate Christian saints who really devoted themselves to God, who loved God, who gave their lives for God, and we have to respect them, deeply respect them. So I'm not denying that at all. In fact, I celebrate that. However, I'm saying that I think Krishna consciousness, it's like, it's like para bailar la bamba se necesita una poco de gracia y otra cosita, which means in Spanish that to dance la bamba, you need para bailar la bamba se necesita a little grace and some other little thing. And so Krishna consciousness, kind of like y otra cosita, that's Krishna consciousness. We're adding to all the good things in Christianity. We're not trying to tear it down. And so, I'm glad you brought these points so I can clarify it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Anytime.
Speaking of time, you spoke for 4 hours solid.
Pay me. I get overtime, don't I? It's a decent way to make a living, right?
And only a half a glass of water. We've talked to all that much and only a half a glass of water. I've listened and drank my whole water bottle.
Well, anyway, thank you all for coming. I'm really glad we get a chance to talk about these things.
Awesome questions. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I think it's healthy just to have a good, robust discussion. People can express their views. Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Not say, no one, because like, what other opportunity would I get to hear your answers? So appreciate that.
But wait, Call today and I'm gonna say.
When I joined, this ability to have this dialogue was the most endearing thing to me. Because I was so used to the Christian doctrine, you go to church, you listen, and you go home. There was never a dialogue. And when I remember the first class I got into, and all of a sudden they started asking questions, and they were not simple questions. And I just found that the most fascinating thing, that you could actually, they're like, yeah, bring us your best shot. That was a real catcher for me.
Oh, so is there any prasadam or? No, yes.
There's some downstairs if you wanna order.
Oh, do you want, oh, downstairs, right. We'll chant for food.
Can I just say that in John Lennon's Imagine, I think that he was saying imagine there's no countries and nothing to kill and die for, and imagine there's no religion too. But he means it in imagine it so that we're not killing and having wars about it, not as in we shouldn't have it at all. Maybe. I don't know, I'm not really close with John Lennon myself, but the way I get it is that he's just asking us to believe that we're not gonna go to war for all of those things.
If that's what he meant, then I agree with him. And he might have been a little more explicit, but I don't want to criticize those who are passed away, but I mean, he actually hosted Prabhupada for a while.
Yeah, I think that he was, that I had to go get my phone and actually look it up because I was singing the Imagine song in my head the whole time you guys were talking and I couldn't stand it anymore. But that is the whole paragraph, to imagine that there's no countries and nothing to kill and die for, and imagine there's no religion too.
Although, let me say this, I mean, I agree with him. It would be great. Unfortunately, there are things to die for. I mean, for example, if someone, let's say, was attacking you or your family, and if I had the means to stop that person, and if in order to stop them, I had to kind of help them to reincarnate.
I love where you're coming from there because you go like 4 steps farther than anybody asks you to, like, right? When you just like, the small of it was really like no wars over country boundaries and religious boundaries, but you're right, if somebody's harming your family, of course you're gonna, I mean, doesn't he say to go ahead, doesn't he tell Arjuna to go ahead and fight in the war because the people are already dead, it's his problem.
Yeah.
He's taking care of it in the end anyway,
Yeah.
so go ahead and do what you have to do.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess what I'm advocating is precision. People say, like John Lennon, I mean, John Lennon did so much service for Krishna. He was, he served Prabhupada, so, I mean, I don't want to be unkind to John Lennon. But I was really very sorry that, when he left. But I think, and this gets to the point that we really have to be, or learn to be precise. Because there's so many people kind of reduce virtue to sort of high-sounding slogans that they're not precise.
I was gonna ask this specifically about the Beatles, and that's a funny thing, because Sterling's not in here, oh, there you are, okay. They did get better, by the way. You are a lot younger than we are, but they did get better. They did improve. Musically, they did improve, and they did spread a lot of good words. Hold on, I'm not done with you. But they did get better. And,
very much.
And George, in fact, learned to play the sitar, and you know of all people how hard that is. You could play a lot of instruments, and a sitar is extremely complicated, and he was good at it. So that I wonder why George Harrison's messages did not take off as much as John Lennon's, because John Lennon was in a tumultuous public relationship with a person that no one liked. And George just sort of was like, oh, like I'm peaceful now and everything's good for me. And
However, when the Beatles broke up, he was by far the most successful of them. I mean, when he had these huge, he had this.
Was not Paul the most successful?
No, actually, George, for example, My Sweet Lord.
Oh, yeah.
My Sweet Lord, and of course, something in the way. Actually, he said in his own, sort of what's that, oh my God. The town they're all from, the Beatles. Liverpool. Sort of Liverpool, he said, he actually revealed that, he said when he wrote something, he was really about Krishna, but he said, but if I say it's about a man, people think I'm a poof. So, yeah, George had incredible success. He did hey, thanks for coming.
Yeah,
See you
thank
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, he started the whole thing of rock concerts for good causes, the Bangladesh concert. He was, My Sweet Lord was just like super iconic song,
I love that song.
and actually, what's it?
I love that song.
Yeah, me too.
That's one of my favorite songs.
Yeah, so he had,
Pre-Krishna.
yeah, but he had a super career he was, even like when he was still in the Beatles, I think that My Guitar Gently Weeps, powerful song. I look at you all, see the love there that's sleeping. I mean, that's powerful. I mean, it's just a few simple words, but it's very powerful. And even I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping. The way I understand that is the foundation, like the very foundation, the floor, the foundation of our society has become corrupt. I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping. Yeah, George was a great songwriter. That's one of the reasons he was so frustrated, because, they'd give him like one song per album, maybe sometimes 2 songs per album.
Well, and I wondered about that, that's what I was saying, was just that like John Lennon became like tragically famous, and he had a lot of drama in his life, and I think that people, the National Enquirer group, thrive on that kind of drama, and like terrible things were going on.
Yeah,
for him and his publicity. And
yeah, John was,
and so he became like outrageously famous in my childhood anyway. And while the other guys tended to like go off and write music, John was
doing things.
being known for causing problems.
I just listened to this episode of This American Life off of NPR, and it was called The Allure of the Mean Friend.
Of the what?
The Allure of the Mean Friend.
Right.
And in it they cover this concept of why we are attracted to the bully. Why does the bully get, and in it they cover this idea of what we're used to. Right?
Well, that explains the current political leader, doesn't it?
Right, and I think it's a very timely article that was released, in PR.
Yeah.
Really
But the way I look at it is,
John and these things, their popularity isn't necessarily based on values or ethics, but on our culture's normalcy of certain, just to throw a
Right.
conversation.
And as far as Hare Krishna-ism.
that's good. I haven't heard that one before. That was good.
George did so much to help and to pay towards books and literature and, things happening, and also the music, that it just surprises me. It doesn't surprise me, actually, that someone who was more controversial seemed to be stepping up in news a lot more.
Although actually if you just look at like YouTube, this George Harrison is, George Harrison became extremely prominent. Maybe not controversial, he didn't become controversial, but he's revered. I mean, it's funny because no one did a concert for John, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, did they?
But wouldn't, I thought John's career was on a downward trajectory, and the reason why he came back up was because of what unfortunately happened to him.
Right.
And that was
Right,
like
when
the
you're
end
ill,
of
that's
that
what
reunion that
happens.
everyone was always hoping.
Yeah, there's no, even John famously said, even guys, because he said, maybe I should believe in God, because every time I turn on the radio, I hear My Sweet Lord. Oh, are we still on the air?
I think so.
Oh my God. Hey, is Nalini there? Hey, Nalini, sorry to keep you so long. Okay, so why don't we turn it off now?
Turn it off? Okay.
Thank you all for listening, and anyone that still is there. Nalini, eres maravillosa, gracias.
Haribo, gracias, Tarek.
Hablamos pronto.